faced grief and bills alone. Her life insurance went toward the mortgage and ran out. I work at the United Methodist Church and the Auburn Counseling Center. I'm doing everything possible, yet this system keeps me trapped. Affordable alternatives are scarce. Income-restricted apartments have waiting lists. I don't qualify for the least expensive apartments. I can't afford a room in a private home. Nevada County needs affordable apartments, townhouses, ADUs, and single-family homes planned with wildfire safety, evacuation capacity, and infrastructure. Please include people with lived experience in these decisions. Every housing file represents a human being struggling to hold their life together. I urge our elected leaders to immediately prioritize affordable housing and help residents overcome institutional failures before bureaucracy costs more people their homes, security, and hope.
Thank you very much, sir. If you would provide the name and information for us, that would be great. Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hey. Can I hand paperwork? My name's Tommy Christie. We've got a cabin down at near West End Beach. Just a simple comment for the meeting would be, we've been working with Rosie at the STR department. They've been great. The development department has been actually just as easy to work with, but right now we're kind of stuck at a point where we have to put in a driveway on our gravel road and a dirt road, which has kind of reached a level of a $20,000 expense that feels excessive or unnecessary. So I wrote up 3 opportunities here to say for the town to consider over whatever period of time you guys could consider it, that maybe there's a personal hardship option that'll give us 24, 36 or more months to be able to still rent our home out in order to get enough money to afford a driveway like that. The second one would be a requirement for people who don't live on paved roads to maybe not have that paved driveway, which feels reasonable-ish. And then the third one would be maybe there is a discretionary variance that the staffing could be able to elevate to you guys for consideration. And that's the simplest way I could simplify it and keep it under 3 minutes. I love you. And I'll give my paperwork to the team in the back.
Kelly will accept that from you. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Lindsay Rubin. I'm here this evening as a very concerned property owner in Coldstream Development. We have owned for 5 years, and our safety and well-being have greatly diminished since the Navigational Center was quickly and quietly, I might ask, or say, located behind Taco Bell. We as owners, businesses never received emails, text, calls, knocks on doors, or publications left to announce the opening. We have been Donner's Summit and Truckee residents for 48 years. We raised 2 boys, now successful men and fathers, worked, volunteered, and owned a construction company for 27 years, employing hundreds of workers over the years. Retired now, we spend a lot of time traveling and visiting family. We do not read the Sierra Sun Weekly or attend town council meetings bi-monthly to find out the happenings in Truckee. The center was never okayed by us. Providing 16 beds daily to unknown wanderers with no background checks on their identity. Shouldn't safety be first for the residents of our subdivision, as well as the renters, employees, businesses, and sport enthusiasts that utilize the beauty of this area? They could be pedophiles, sexual predators, registered or not, have warrants for their arrest, or be wanted for violation of their parole. Actually, all of the above, confirmed by police who patrol and drive regularly on the bike path adjacent to Coldstream. I emphasize, we do not know their backgrounds. The 16 beds get patted down, sign a good neighbor policy, They get food, laundry service, and Narcan if needed for ODs. No metal detection needed. Locked doors at 9, no admittance if late. They then come to our neighborhood and sleep in the doorways. Open to everyone. Other services include daily, Monday through Friday, 12 to 3, laundry, food, shower, and Narcan if needed. We now have daily homeless in vehicles parked in Taco Bell parking lot, just waiting. TART is closed 24/7 at Coldstream due to misuse, and it goes on and on. In other words, multiple homeless people are being referred to our neighborhood by either Tahoe Forest Hospital, ER, mental health, police, and TTHAC. So when problems arise, they move them along, and then they come back and cause havoc, endangering the lives and safety of our neighborhood. Stop the insanity now. Close or move the center away from so many children in the schools
Thank
and
you, Lynn.
preschools.
Thank you.
To the mayor and town council members, my name is Paul Zarubin. I'm a 48-year resident of Truckee. I live the American dream by going from ski bum to raising a family and becoming a successful general contractor by following all the rules, paying all my taxes, and supporting our community through our church and youth sports. We retired in 2020, sold our business and our commercial building, and bought a townhome in Coldstream subdivision, looking forward to a well-deserved retirement. All that changed when the town decided to locate a navigational center in our subdivision last year. They did this with no written notice to the residents of Coldstream, no notifications of public hearings, and when it came to getting permits to convert a commercial building into a high-density living residence, you were able to get, through planning and permitting, in a record-breaking 3 months, while other businesses such as Mountain Brew across the street took 3 years to get their permits. I submitted a petition to relocate the NAV Center on iPetition and forwarded a copy for all you to read what challenges our community is facing. I would like to highlight a couple of key issues. We have a guy that walks around half naked to our neighborhood wielding a stick, pipe, crowbar, or a 2x4, threatening and scaring residents. We have called the police almost daily, but they say they cannot arrest this individual. In his latest outburst, he was shouting, "I am here to kill the children." And the police came and nothing was done. Our bus stop is now permanently locked because of the homeless that were camping there. But they still gather. They publicly urinate and defecate, both men and women, in public. Again, we call, nothing is done. Property sales were going great until the Enabling Center opened its doors. Since then, sales have stopped. 3 sales that were in contract were canceled. In one case, one of the buyers was ski leasing our unit for 2 years and then decided to buy a unit on winter camp. But just as they were about to close, she canceled the contract. Let me read you the text that she sent me. When I came up to pack, there was a super drugged out guy screaming at the top of his lungs, walking up and down winter camp all day, swinging a crowbar, and the cops were called at least 4 times, and they did absolutely nothing. He got more unhinged as the day went on, even took off his shirt. It just made me not want to buy on winter camp. Local brokers are avoiding these units because of the community's perception of the Enabling Center, but also the workforce housing across the street, which is an interesting term because there is no work requirement to live there. The entire problem with homelessness is this housing first approach. It was implemented in 2013, and is an epic failure. Billions of dollars spent on our homeless population, and yet it has increased, not decreased. We need to focus on a services first procedure and incorporate housing into that. Please do not extend this pilot program, relocate it, or shut it down until you can get the mental health and drug addiction services that these homeless people desperately need.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much for that commentary and the public comment. We cannot deliberate or discuss items that are not agendized due to the Brown Act, but we hear you, and we've received your written public comment as well. It's been distributed to all staff and all department heads and council members. So thank you for your time and your articulation of your concerns. So with that, we'll go on to presentations. We have employee incentive awards.
We do have them this week. Thank you. We have a little bit of a revised format this time. We do these 3 times a year. And we have 5 core values at the town: integrity, teamwork, accountability, commitment, and excellence. So we have 1 award for each core value. So I have 5 of those that I'll read this evening. And these are employee nominations. They're nominating their fellow coworkers for outstanding work that they observed throughout the quarter. Our first is for the value of commitment, and Sarah Ring, who's at the table here with us, nominated Katie McKay, and this is what Sarah had to say about Katie. Katie joined the clerks team in July 2025. Since then, she's worked hard to learn all aspects of the clerks department with a primary focus on contracts. While contracts are only one part of her responsibilities, they have the greatest impact on the divisions she supports: planning, building, town manager, town attorney, assistant town manager, admin services, neighborhood services and sustainability, and the town clerk's office. Contract administration requires organization, coordination, and a lot of follow-through, and it plays an important role in keeping the town operating smoothly. Since joining our team, Katie has consistently taken ownership of her work. It's no surprise that responsibility is one of her top 5 strengths. She accomplishes a great deal behind the scenes, and one of the contributions I appreciate most is her diligence in closing out expired contracts in our contract management system. While this work isn't visible to most staff, it's an important part of maintaining accurate records and a clean contract management process. In addition to her regular workload, Katie has also taken on complex tasks of transferring applicable contracts from the assistant town manager's office to neighborhood services. This is the first time we've had to complete a department-wide transition like this, and Katie is handling each contract through multiple steps to get this project done correctly. So we thank Katie for her hard work, and we're excited to have her on the clerks team. Our next nomination is for excellence, and Tiffany out at the Courtyard nominated Grant Gray. This is a little bit long, but I think you'll enjoy hearing this. This is what Tiffany had to say. For the past 4 years, the Department of Public Works has hosted Glenshire Elementary kindergarten classes for a field trip to the Corporation Yard. The event gives students an opportunity to learn how our Public Works team serves the community by exploring heavy equipment, riding the vehicle lift in the fleet shop, meeting police department officers, and experiencing the many ways town staff work together to keep Truckee running. This year, I asked each of our 3 Department of Public Works division supervisors to think of a fun, hands-on activity that would showcase their division's work. Grant didn't just participate, he completely exceeded expectations. Without being asked or given any direction, Grant personally purchased approximately 60 child-sized, high-visibility safety vests and safety glasses, so every kindergarten student could dress like a fleet mechanic during their visit and have something special to take home. Even more remarkable, he paid for everything out of his own pocket and has repeatedly declined reimbursement. What may have seemed like a simple gesture had an incredible impact. After the field trip, the teachers had the students draw pictures and write about their favorite part of the day. Time and time again, the children's artwork and comments highlighted receiving their safety gear and getting to be a mechanic. Grant transformed a learning experience into an unforgettable one, creating lasting memories while inspiring curiosity about public service and the skilled work our fleet team performs every day. This act was entirely outside the scope of Grant's normal job responsibilities, but he saw an opportunity to make the experience more meaningful and took the initiative to do so solely because he cared about the children and wanted them to have an exceptional experience. Grant's generosity, initiative, and commitment to creating a positive experience for our community exemplify the town's core value of excellence. His actions demonstrate that excellence is not just about performing your job well, it's about going above and beyond to make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. And I'm happy to say that Grant is going to be our new fleet supervisor at the end of the year. Our next nomination was a team nomination. Hillary and Nikki nominated what we were calling our fellowship team, and that consisted of Aldana, Kyle, Laura, Andrea, Scott, Robert, Brittany, Chad, Dan, Jason, and Bonnie. And the fellowship team took on a pretty big task. The nomination was for teamwork, and this is what Hillary and Nikki wrote. Over the past year, the fellowship team has been on an epic journey to rethink, redesign, and make recommendations to improve our employee performance appraisal system. This tool is critical for providing employee accountability, delivering feedback, and rewarding performance. The fellowship team took their job as your employee representatives very seriously and dug in deep to understand the performance metrics that are most meaningful and critical for town employee performance, how to ensure that criteria are relevant and applicable across different departments and job functions, and how to simplify the process while ensuring the new process provides accountability and meaningful employee feedback. We think they've nailed it, and we thank the fellowship for the heavy lift. For integrity, we have Logan McDonald, and Logan was nominated by both Brett and Chris separately, so he's a ×2. And simply put, Logan is a beast. He is one of the smartest, hardest working colleagues I've ever worked with. Recently, he designed, installed, configured, and deployed an entire new enterprise network at HSTT, the Humane Society, entirely by himself. This is something usually done by a whole team, and the animals over there now probably have better Wi-Fi than we have here. It was a massive project that significantly reduced cybersecurity risk for both HSTT and the town. On top of that, he's always willing to help with projects and has been a huge help on many occasions. So that was Brett's nomination. And then Chris's nomination, I'm going to read this too because it's quite interesting. Logan consistently delivers outstanding work. He plans well, stays on schedule, and communicates clearly with both technical and non-technical audiences, so major projects land without disruption. What sets Logan apart is that most of his work was his own initiative. He saw the need, built the case, and delivered. He built out and formalized the town's vulnerability management program, which has proactively closed hundreds of thousands of potential security gaps. He set up new tools that watch for cyber threats around the clock. He strengthened the town's connectivity by adding a redundant internet link and migrating us on our own dark fiber, cutting outages dramatically, and improving Wi-Fi and internet at the courtyard, so every department can serve the community without interruption. His excellence raises the standard for everyone around him. Logan recently placed 5th at a national SANS cybersecurity competition against professionals from across the world, proof that his skills rank among the best. But what he does with that talent is what truly stands out. He shares it. He hired, supervised, and mentored 2 IT interns and helped one of them launch a career as a full-time IT position at Palisades, the kind of local talent development the town should be proud of. When he masters something new, he teaches it to the rest of the team so the whole division gets stronger. Logan demonstrates integrity in the Truckee way by approaching problems with creativity and innovation, holding his work to the highest standard and freely sharing what he knows so others can succeed. He doesn't just do outstanding work, he makes outstanding work the norm for our division. And then our last award went to Steph for accountability, and she was nominated by Aldana. And Aldana pointed out that not every town has a beloved roundabout girl, but that's one of the charms of Truckee, and it seems like everyone here knows exactly who she is. Steph goes above and beyond for her coworkers, bringing her A game to kickball and softball, and has set the standard for what our community landscaping can be. In the winter, she works just as hard, keeping downtown accessible. Come spring, that's the woman in the pink safety vest, making sure Truckee looks beautiful for locals and visitors alike. Ask anyone downtown, mention plants, the roundabout, or Daubayumwe Park, and they'll light up. They tell you how beautiful the work is, how every conversation with Steph is a good one, and how much downtown has grown over the last 10 years, and how spring wildflowers have become many locals' favorite season. Steph goes above and beyond to protect our landscapes against no small competition in a town this beautiful. She's the Lorax for our plants.
That's wonderful. Thank you for reading those, and congratulations to each of those staff members for those awards. Yeah, round of applause. And town manager's report?
Yeah, I'm going to play a little bit of musical chairs here and come over. Just want to remind everybody that we are in the community voting period for the Keep It Dark photo competition. You can go to visittruckeetahoe.com, type in Keep It Dark, It'll take you to the Keep It Dark page that they are hosting. The voting period ends this week for the community, and then the professionals will vote on the top community choices. It's really simple. You just click on the category youth, amateur, or professional, and you can click on, I've already voted, so it won't work for me, but you just click on the heart here for your favorite photo, and there's many really gorgeous photos to pick from, so enjoy looking through those. And then lastly, I'd like to invite everybody to our community block party. That's about less than a month away right now, September 17th. It starts at 5 p.m. Down by the depot and on our past roads. So we hope you can join us for a fun family evening. And that's all I have tonight.
And you do not want to miss the block party, I'll just say. Okay, any questions from council members for any of the presentations tonight? None from you? I see you, your head nodding, Courtney. Nice to see you. Okay, I'll open up the presentations to public comment. Would anybody like to make a public comment on any of the presentations this evening? Seeing none, I will close public comment. That brings us to our consent calendar. So I'm going to read through the titles of our consent items. Not a record tonight. Oh, whoops. Is there public comment for the presentations? Yes, please come up to the podium. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, you changed it to 15 minutes?
Is it for the appeal?
No.
That's the
Okay. Yeah, this is just comments on the presentations. Then we'll open up public comment. This is so much fun. Then we open up public comments for our consent items. Then we'll start the discussion item and we'll go through presentations, and then I will open up public comments for that. So you have a ways to wait. We'll try to get through this stuff quickly. Thank you for your patience. And thank you for being here tonight. Okay, so consent calendar. We have 6.1, minutes of the August 11th regular meeting. 6.2, fiscal year 2026-27, request for Transportation Development Act funds from Nevada County Transportation Commission and budget amendment. 6.3, one-time adjustment to the pay for performance pool calculation. And that's it. Fabulous. Do we have any council members that wish to poll any of these agenda items? No. Staff, any staff want to poll any item?
No, Mayor.
Does any member of the public wish to poll one of those 3 agenda items? These are typically non-controversial kind of annual events, which these are. So seeing no public comment, I will open it back up for a motion from one of my council members.
I'll move we proceed with consent.
I will second approval.
And may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Pallavi,
Yes.
Councilmember Romack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson,
Yes.
and Mayor Klobstad.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we get to the exciting agenda item 7.1, which is adopt resolution 2026-46 approving the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel. And we have Yumi Don, Principal Planner, presenting the staff report. And just so everybody in the audience understands, we'll have a staff presentation first, and then the appellant will do a presentation. This is the person that filed the appeal against this decision. And then the applicant, the hotel applicant, will make a presentation. Then council will get to ask questions of both staff and the applicant. We will at that point open it up to public comment, and then we'll come back for deliberation. So that's the procedure that we go through with these appeal processes. So hopefully, Yuni, I talked long enough to get you situated. You ready to go? Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for being here tonight. We're here to talk about the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel appeal. So just to give you a quick reminder about what an appeal process is for the planning process, it's a de novo review. So you're looking at it as if it was being seen for the very first time. The actions you may take tonight is to affirm or affirm in part the decision of Planning Commission, reverse the action of the Planning Commission, deny the permit or entitlement, impose additional conditions, or remove any conditions. So it is a project that's before your review, and you are not bound by Commission's previous review. The appellant may not present new evidence or testimony at the appeal hearing unless the appellant can demonstrate that the new information was not previously available or they could not have participated in the previous review process. So just to give a quick overview about the format of the meeting, which has already been discussed by the mayor, we'll do a staff presentation. It is a little lengthy. I've tried to pare it down as much as possible, but it is a pretty complex project. Then the appellant will have a presentation that'll take 15 minutes. He's here in the audience. We have Kurt Margraf representing the appellant application. The applicant is also here to provide a presentation. It will also be limited to 15 minutes, and that's Rakesh Patel. And then there'll be time for council questions for staff, applicant, or the appellant. And then there'll be public comment, and then a rebuttal period of 5 minutes for the appellant, and then deliberation. So just to give you a quick context about where this project is located, it's located in our downtown. It's the first parcel within the Rail Yard Master Plan, the very western side, southwest corner of the new roundabout. I don't know how new it is anymore, but on Truckee Way. And it's located directly adjacent to Church of the Mountains, kitty corner to the Community Arts Center, and then a couple parcels away from Artist Lofts on Truckee Way and Donner Pass Road and Church Street. This parcel is regulated by the Rail Yard Master Plan, which was adopted in 2009 and amended in 2016. It is within the downtown extension district of the rail yard, which is the red zone that you see in front of you here, which includes the area west of the balloon track and then some of the area within the balloon track. And it is intended by the Rail Yard Master Plan to be a physical extension of Commercial Row with commercial shops, restaurants, and lodging. And it's intended to complement the existing Main Street mixed commercial character. And it's intended to be the greatest intensity of all of the Rail Yard Master Plan areas. In addition to the Rail Yard Master Plan, a development agreement was adopted by the council, which was essentially a contract between the original developers, Truckee Development Associates, and the town, where we provided additional they provided additional public benefits in exchange for set development terms. And while that development agreement is in effect right now, the rights and requirements of that agreement are passed along to new property owners as their properties are sold and transferred. As part of the DA, we adopted a specific parking management plan for the Rail Yard Master Plan area, a specific affordable housing plan, and a streetscape plan for that same area. So the project before you today is a mixed-use project about approximately 82,000 square feet. It has 60 hotel units, 17 for-sale multifamily residential units with the option to transient rent any of these units. They're proposing approximately 5,000 square feet of food and beverage space, 2,000 square feet of dedicated meeting and event space, 2,000 square feet of fitness and wellness space, a rooftop pool, an event space, 1,300 square feet of retail space, and 19 on-site covered parking spaces. And all of those non-residential uses, aside from the hotel, are intended to be partially for the hotel guests and partially for the public. So here's the ground floor project, ground floor of the project. You can see that on the south side, which is along Donner Pass Road, that's where all the non-residential uses are, including entrance to the hotel lobby, the restaurant, the event space, and then the wellness and fitness centers on the corner. And then there is some on-site parking, about 19 parking spaces with the dumpster enclosure located to the rear. And then there is a approximately 800 square foot retail space on the corner right next to the roundabout. On the second floor, you can see where all the hotel units begin, and then the residential units are on the eastern wing with the hotel units on the southern wing, so there's a little separation. The residential units most of them are 2 stories and range from 1 to 3 bedrooms. The same thing on the third floor, very similar to the first floor, or to the second floor. And then the fourth floor has a similar floor plan with the addition of the pool on the south side along Donner Pass Road and then the bar area. Here's the south elevation of the project. You can see that the materials that are being used along all sides of the project are primarily exposed mass timber, natural wood siding, and metal. And that's what's being proposed as part of this project. And then this is the Truckee Way elevation, the eastern side, where you can see the entrance to the on-site parking here. And then this is the north side, which is along Church Street. You can see the residential units on the left-hand side, some covered parking on site, and then the hotel wing is the far corner. You can see that there is an existing on-site rock outcropping that is intended to remain for the project. And then this is the west side, where there's a little outdoor plaza area that's for the hotel guests. And then the southwest corner of the building is located closest to the historic district and has a hotel unit here and then outdoor dining on the ground floor. And there is a little bit of an outdoor plaza area that has not yet been programmed as part of this project. Today, the project applicant is requesting a development permit for 15,000 square feet or more gross floor area in the rail yard master plan area, so a little different than our typical development code. Development permit requirements, a tentative map to subdivide residential units and separate the non-residential uses in a condominium plan, a minor exception to allow for an additional 5 feet of height above the 50-foot maximum. This is also a unique permit type within the rail yard master plan, and then zoning clearances to establish the hotel and residential uses. So council's role tonight is the same as it was for planning commission when they review any development project. It is to review the site design and architecture of the project, ensure consistency with the rail yard master plan, development agreement, including the 3 components, the affordable housing, streetscape plan, and parking management plan, the 2025 general plan, and the downtown specific plan. They are not subject to the current general plan and the downtown specific plan because of the development agreement that's in place. And then to determine if the requested minor exception impairs the design and architectural integrity of the downtown. That's a finding within the minor exception permit process. So there are many discussion topics that are identified within your staff report. There are 2 major discussion topics, and I'm going to focus my presentation tonight on those 2 items. If you do want to have additional discussion or staff presentation on any of these items or other items within your staff report, please feel free to let me know. But at this time, I'm focusing on the parking and design, and then we'll touch on all the specifics of the appeal that were filed for this project. So as noted, the parking is governed by the development agreement, parking management plan, which allows a shared parking concept within the parking district. The original developers of the rail yard built the 396 public parking spaces in the rail yard, which is also part of the parking district and available to the public, paid for parking. It is also considered the bank of parking to address the parking demands of the project in the rail yard. It's used on a first come first served basis. So if this developer develops their hotel, they're allowed to take whatever their parking demand is and subtract it from the bank. It's a paper exercise. No actual new parking will be created in the right of way. So the applicant is proposing 19 on-site parking spaces. 17 are designated for residential uses. The other 2 are ADA spaces and used for either any of the uses on site. And then they're proposing to use 104 spaces from the parking district. So that's within the bank of the rail yard master plan. They are also proposing valet service for all uses on site, including the hotel. So right now, all 400 spaces were constructed by the rail yard developer and are in the right-of-way and are part of the town's parking district and are subject to the rules and town's rules related to parking in downtown. And right now, the existing conditions of the parking district are that no overnight non-residential parking is allowed in the downtown. We do have a residential parking permit, primarily to serve the Artist Lofts project and their residents, but we do not have a non-residential parking permit program at this time. We are anticipating coming to council in September to discuss a valet parking program and potential valet parking passes, but that has not yet occurred. We are anticipating that staff's recommendation would be that 40 overnight valet parking passes would be allowed based on operational considerations. That number's not set in stone. That'll be based on the September discussion. I just wanted to give you a framework of what we're discussing in terms of overnight parking and how it would function in the downtown today. The parking management in the rail yard master plan, so the overarching parking management plan, not this project parking management plan, supports valet service, but the language mostly appears to support valet services using dedicated private parking lots rather than the parking district. However, it does not prohibit using the parking district for valet parking. So right now, the applicant is proposing the 19 on-site parking spaces, which will be dedicated mostly to the residential uses. They have requested 69 valet parking space passes, including which includes the hotel parking requirements and the remaining residential parking requirements, aside from the 17 that they're providing. And then valet parking, they're proposing to create a valet parking program where the valet parking will not use the on-site parallel parking in front of other businesses, as shown in the red, and then using only the yellow parking spaces on site on the frontage for loading and unloading, or not loading and unloading, but for potential for 1 hour at a time when needed for their vehicles. They're not proposing a follow car, and they're proposing a parking manager to resolve any parking issues, to manage the parking district valet program. They are proposing educational materials related to alternative transportation to employees and proposing exploring financial contributions and airport shuttle or internal car service. So that's part of what the applicant is proposing as part of their project. Additionally, the applicants are proposing to rely mostly on an app-based system to assign vehicles to specific stalls in the parking district. And with that app system and with their operations of the hotel, they're suggesting that they will have an average 5 to 10 minute retrieval time, turnaround time for retrieving the vehicle and returning it back to the hotel. And then they're proposing to pay whatever public rates are required by the town, following all snow removal and overnight parking requirements, and then potentially creating alternative options for the high demand events, including during Truckee Thursday events, they may have a reservation only parking, valet parking requirement. And then they are proposing to look at employee and shuttle programs and incentivizing using our existing public shuttle programs in their town. So that's what the applicant has proposed as part of their application. Staff does have some concerns about the actual operations of the parking management plan as proposed. As I noted, there is currently no non-residential overnight parking, and with even with the 40 valet parking passes are approved by the council, it would not be enough to cover the full 60 hotel spaces. Even if they were to provide this, where the council adopted 60 valet parking spaces, there's no actual guarantee of parking. We're not proposing to say this is an area only for the hotel within the public parking area. The valet parking spaces will continue to be shared with residential uses, so they would have overnight parking, they'd have to compete for the same parking area. And the rail yard is not built out, so as more residential units come into this area, there is potential that the impact of parking will be felt by neighboring residents. So during high impact downtown events, even today, where aren't many uses in the rail yard, there's no parking available now. So those are our concerns on how the parking would operate if this hotel moves forward with this parking management plan. In order to ensure that this parking management plan could be more effective, staff is recommending a two-part, very long condition number 36 for the parking management. The first part is to require an off-site parking area. And the proposal is staff's recommendation in the condition is to identify the quantity based on the difference between the number of required parking spaces for the hotel, which is 60, and the number of valet parking permits available. So depending on what the council decides in September, if only 40 passes are available, 20 off-site parking spaces would be required to be identified and entitled. If 60 passes are available, the applicants would not be required to provide any off-site parking spaces. That's how the condition is currently written. Additionally, this condition is written to require that the entitlements for this off-site parking area, since it's not being baked into this project proposal today, they would be required to obtain those entitlements prior to building permit issuance. And there's no guarantee that those entitlements would be approved. It's just based off of what's consistent with whatever regulatory documents are in place for that particular site. And additionally, the condition requires that construction for that off-site parking area be completed prior to final of the hotel to ensure operations of both occur at the same time. So when you're thinking about this part of the condition 36, staff would request that the council consider whether or not you support this condition as written, consider whether or not there should be a minimum number of off-site parking spaces required, regardless of how many passes, council approves. Should the off-site parking be entitled constructed with different timing than what's proposed within the condition? And is a distance requirement necessary to ensure that the hotel truly does meet the 5 to 10 minute turnaround it's proposing? Additionally, that same condition, 36B, has a second component, a parking management plan. So this is a project-specific parking management plan that builds off of the existing rail yard master plan parking management plan. And essentially, the parking management plan requires the applicant to revise and enhance their draft parking management plan, working with the town, the Public Works Department, to ensure that it is an adequate and appropriate parking management plan. It'll include logistics and operations for the valet parking. The residential uses would still continue to use residential permits in our parking district, similar to the artist lofts. They would have to create an actual transportation demand management strategy program with incentives and enforcement mechanisms for each of those strategies. They would have to quantify those outcomes and reductions that make those TDM strategies successful, and then develop a nexus study for financial contributions if that's part of the parking management plan as discussed with the Public Works Department. And then we've incorporated within this condition a requirement for shuttle service to and from Reno Airport and Truckee Airport as a required component, not just an optional component for the applicant to consider, and a hotel provided car service. And the specifics of those components have not been built out, but that would be part of the discussion with the town when they're ready for their building permit issuance. So questions again for the council to consider. Is this condition appropriate? Is staff level review of this parking management plan sufficient for the council? Does the council want to create other baseline requirements for financial incentives and contributions? And does the council want to require other programs beyond the car service and airport shuttle, such as maybe an e-bike share program? So that's the discussion about parking. We can circle back around if we need to discuss more, if there's other items you would like to dive into. The next major discussion topic is the building design, and I've provided the images here. And I just want to remind you, this is not considered a housing project and is not limited to review of only the objective standards within the rail yard master plan. The town council can consider how the project is consistent with the design guidelines and provide direction to the applicant and how to make it more, if necessary, consistent with the intent of the rail yard master plan design guidelines. So here's, this is the south elevation again on top, and then the east elevation on the bottom. And then you can see the courtyard view, the southwest corner, and then the Church Street view. The question before the council today for this component is the project consistent with the rail yard master plan design guidelines? It doesn't necessarily, within our design guidelines, we don't require projects to be consistent with every single design guideline. There's a lot, and there's some that may be a little conflict with each other. The idea is to be consistent with the total intent of it and the vision of the rail yard master plan and the downtown extension district. So here's a list of relevant design guidelines for your consideration and discussion. And these are items that we've discussed with the applicant and how to incorporate it into the project. Some of the main ones that we brought up to the applicant in previous discussions are about the new interpretation of traditional building styles, the block size buildings that are discouraged within this downtown extension area, looking at vertically oriented building forms within this area, and then transitioning building mass and scale between the downtown extension district and the existing historic properties to the west. Additionally, based off of Planning Commission's discussion, which we've incorporated all of their conditions within your conditions in your resolution tonight, and the council may decide whether or not to keep those same conditions, remove them, or modify them, but we've incorporated them as part of the public review. One of the components that the Planning Commission incorporated was to condition the project to remove the cantilever feature on the balcony on the southwest corner of the building. They thought the balcony feature could remain, but it shouldn't be cantilevered, and they thought that would help with the transitioning to the southwest corner towards the historic district. Additionally, they requested that the applicant, or required that the applicant submit alternative design options for consideration for the center module of the south elevation here, that's highlighted, to create variation and differentiation from the other modules on either side. They tasked the community development director with reviewing the alternative design and identifying the preferred design. So that would be a discretionary review by the director, who would rely on the design guidelines and any commission council direction that I guess it would be council direction that she hears in making that decision. Additionally, since the Planning Commission review, we noticed that the solar exposure diagram provided by the applicant was not updated between the January and May iterations of the project to reflect the revised design. So the applicant provided an updated diagram where it was noted that a small portion of the fourth floor space encroached beyond the solar exposure plane. So the Rail Yard Master Plan has a standard for solar exposure where you have to create a plane from the center of the northerly sidewalk to the building to see, and you need to stay out of that plane, the 27.25 plane that's identified within the Rail Yard Master Plan, to minimize the impact of shading on adjacent structures. So in order to address this deviation, we recommended a modification to condition of approval number 49, requiring that the project demonstrate compliance with this standard prior to building permit issuance. And the applicant has provided the diagram on this bottom that shows that they believe that they can meet this requirement without substantial redesigns, but it did require some changes to the ceiling heights of the building, the units on the third and fourth floor of the building on the north side. So if the council, this is new information, so the town council could decide to, could review this portion of the project as part of the project today, or you could defer the matter back to Planning Commission if you would like them to review it more closely. Additionally, since that same review, we've noted that the eastern elevation on Truckee Way is also required to have a step back on this where it's highlighted of at least 10 feet for any height above 40 feet or above 3 stories. So the northern portion of the Truckee frontage needed to be stepped back actually an additional 2 feet. So additionally, as part of condition of approval number 49, we're recommending that council incorporate a condition that requires that same deviation, that additional setback of 2 additional feet. The applicant has reviewed the language and has said that they could accommodate this change. Additionally, the applicant is requesting a minor exception, which, as noted, is a unique application process in the Rail Yard Master Plan, and it allows the council to consider flexibility in the development standards of the master plan. So the applicant is proposing a 5-foot increase above the 50-foot maximum for the downtown extension district, and that's only to accommodate 2 elevator overruns, which would serve the 4th floor. The applicant provided a site study that shows that the overruns are set back enough from Truckee Way and Donner Pass Road that it wouldn't be visible until 450 feet away, which is around the artist loft location, or from inside a building in upper stories. In order to approve the minor exception, the council must make the following main finding: that despite the conflict with the specific development standards, the proposed development achieves the overall design objectives of the design guidelines and would not impair the design and architectural integrity or the character of downtown Truckee. In fact, approval of the minor exception application is necessary to allow for high-quality design, architecture, and landscaping that would otherwise not be permitted. So that would be something that would need to have specific findings from the council if approved tonight. Other conditions of approval that we're not going to go into full depth on, but we can if you would like more information, we're proposing include a requirement that all future uses, including a restaurant, bar, fitness center, meeting, and event space, would require a land use permit, likely a zoning clearance, to include the specifics of the operation in the permit. Additionally, condition number 44 relates to the short-term rental ordinance, which requires that the project be applicable with the town's, or to be consistent with the town's applicable short-term rental ordinances at the time of application for permit. The affordable housing requirements were incorporated, which overall with the inclusionary and workforce housing requirements, the application is required to provide 8.4 affordable housing units, and similar to parking, the artist loft serves as a bank for affordable housing for the Rail Yard Master Plan project. So they aren't necessarily creating any new affordable housing, they are just using the bank that's provided by the Artist Loft's affordable housing. Although signs are shown in the project plans, no signs are actually approved. They didn't provide enough information for a full analysis of the sign plan, so they'd be required to come in for a future sign plan as part of a future land use entitlement or building permit. And then the noise requirements in condition number 63 are consistent with the noise standards of the development code, which prohibits outdoor use of the outdoor area from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then prohibits the use of outdoor amplified sound, since the project is so close to sensitive use receptors like residential unit uses. We're also recommending a couple minor revisions. We noted a couple typos within the resolution, so I just wanted to make that clear to you today. We're correcting the date in the recitals for the publication of the Sierra Sun ad. We're proposing to correct condition of approval number 5 to use the correct approval deadline, since we used the previous Planning Commission approval deadline. And then condition number 45, we're updating or correcting the affordable housing requirements to just update the correct number of credits that are needed to be used from the Artist Lofts. So no, nothing substantive, just some minor corrections. As part of this review, the council review, we received a number of public comments, including one letter of support for the project, stating that the project was consistent with the rail yard master plan. We received 25. When I looked, I think there's a few more that came in after I last looked. 25 public comments in opposition of the project. Primarily, there was concern about the parking and the parking plan, the massing of the project, and the impacts to the character and to the historic district. And then there's a other number of items that are also of concern. We did get one public comment that just had a number of questions, and then the applicant also provided a public comment requesting different timing for condition of approval number 36, which is the parking management plan, and has stated that he will present a different program for the ground floor as part of his presentation. Since the staff is recommending that the project is, or has recommended that the project with the conditions of approval in the resolution is consistent with the Rail Yard Master Plan MAD and EIR, staff is recommending that no further environmental review is required per CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 and Public Resources Code Section 21166, and that environmental review is conducted concurrently with the Rail Yard Master Plan, which is adopted in 2009, and amendments in 2016. And there was an addendum that was adopted in 2015. So that EIR still exists today and is still relevant to the Rail Yard Master Plan. The Planning Commission reviewed this project, just to give you an overall history on the project, in both January and May of this year. There were two different iterations or some changes that the applicant made, both because of the Planning Commission's recommendations and direction, and also I think they took a closer look at their what they wanted as for a project. So there were some changes that were made to the number of residential units. In January there were 15. In May they proposed 17. They decreased the square footage of meeting and event space. They decreased slightly the wellness and fitness center. They added retail, and that was in response to the Planning Commission's request for more active pedestrian uses on the ground floor. And then they increased the on-site parking spaces to 19, which is in relation to the increase of residential units. And overall, there was a slight increase in total square footage for the project, which is based primarily on the 2 new residential units they proposed between those 2 iterations. So as noted, the applicant, as part of the January review, they had a project with 15 residential units, an outdoor mechanical yard on the north side, and no retail on Truckee Way or Donner Pass Road. The Planning Commission at that meeting requested additional information regarding solar evaluation and public outreach, and then they asked for revisions to the parking management plan, building design, and ground floor retail. And then in the May review, the change that the applicants made was to provide 17 residential units. They enclosed the mechanical yard. They added retail on the northeast corner and south facade of the building. And then they made changes to the parking management plan and building design, which is what you're reviewing today. At the May 2026 meeting, the Planning Commission approved Resolution 2026-03, on a 4-0 vote with 1 abstention, and they determined the project to be exempt from CEQA per section 15183 and Public Resources Code 21166, and they approved the development permit, tentative map, minor exception, and zoning clearances, with some of the changes to the conditions, which are listed here. They modified condition 34, which incorporated a please turn right sign in the on-site parking to encourage people to turn right on Church Street onto Truckee Way rather than going into historic downtown. Condition 36, they required an airport shuttle, car service program, and financial incentives in the parking management plan. In condition 38, they required signage and artistic screening as part of the loading spaces. In condition 49, they did those modifications to the balcony and retail area, the balcony and the south facade. And then the condition 50, they required public art on the north elevation, which has been incorporated within the conditions that you're reviewing today and would require an additional zoning clearance for a review of the public art. And then condition 53, they required a condition encouraging the applicant to work with the neighbors to build a fence on the neighboring property. Kurt Margraf has filed an appeal on May 28th, so timely appeal per the requirements of the development code. He provided 4 points within his appeal application, which included the maximum allowed development requirements, street wall articulation standard, solar exposure standard, and the parking management plan. And we'll go into each of those a little bit, and we can go and dive into them deeper if you desire. So the Rail Yard Master Plan has what's called a maximum allowed development, a MAD, which requires a certain amount of hotel units, or not requires, but provides a maximum allowed hotel units, square footage of retail or office, and then how many residential units within the downtown extension district. There is no specific zoning applied to, or density applied to each parcel. It's just for district-wide. The MAD allows for 60 hotel condos and quite a number of, 300 about residential units. So staff, based on the review of the project, believes that the project is, the applicant has noted that believes that the project is not consistent with the MAD, believes that the 17 residential units, in addition to the 60 residential units, hotel units, pushes it above the maximum allowed development. He believed that the 17 residential units should be considered hotel condos, so that would increase the number of hotel condos beyond the 60 allowed in the MAD, primarily because the units share a lobby, elevator amenities, and are comprehensively managed, and the project is being reviewed under one project. He also noted that the project will not provide housing to the community. Staff's response is that hotels and motels are required by definition to be allowed to be used only for less than 30 days. And while the residential units can be short-term rented per the Rail Yard Master Plan, they do not have to be rented. So someone could live there for more than 30 days. They could live there full-time. They could be primary residents of the site, or they could rent it long-term to a resident of Truckee. Additionally, those units were reviewed under residential standards for parking and affordable housing, which there are different actual calculations for both of those items, which is provided within your staff report. And then, as noted, short-term rentals are allowed in multifamily residential in the rail yard. It is something that we've noted creates a little bit of a gray area, which is why we've prohibited it elsewhere in Truckee. But since this is under a development agreement, that's not something we can do at this time. Additionally, the appellant has stated that the street wall articulation standard has not been met with the project, and the project has, but the appellant hasn't provided actual specifics. So we reviewed the street wall articulation standard again, and we believe that the project is consistent with this standard. We did have some interpretation required on the right side of the east elevation here. So the council can consider if the intent of the street wall articulation standard is being met. So, and then as noted within the appellant noted that the solar exposure standard is not being met as part of the project. And as we noted previously in the staff report, we did find some inconsistencies with the solar exposure plane, and we've modified condition of approval number 49 to ensure consistency since the diagram was not updated between the January and May review. The standard does not, of the solar exposure standard within the rail yard master plan, does not prohibit shadowing. There are other areas of the rail yard master plan that has requirements to do, to review the solar access, do a shadow study, but it doesn't mandate anything that comes out of that study. It's just something for additional information for a council or commission to consider when reviewing a project. The council could require additional analysis and design changes based on a shade study if desired. And then the last item that the appellant provided was that he believes that the project is required to have a final parking management plan. So right now we only have a draft parking management plan for the project. He cited a couple chapters within the rail yard master plan identifying that a parking management plan was required. Upon rereading the rail yard master plan, both of these items were identifying a rail yard master plan wide parking management plan, which has been fulfilled through the development agreement and the adopted parking management plan. So at this time, staff believes the project is consistent with the requirement for a parking management plan. Staff is recommending inclusion of a parking management plan for the project to ensure that we can make the findings that the project adequately provides parking for the project for its needs. So, but the council may make changes to the PMP condition, which is condition of approval 36, if further review or specific requirements are desired. So tonight, staff's recommendation is to adopt resolution 2026-46, upholding the decision of the Planning Commission in approving the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel, denying the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel, determining the project to be exempt from further environmental review, per section 15183 and Public Resources Code 21166, and approving the development permit, tentative map, minor exception, and zoning clearances for the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel with the minor changes, typos that we identified earlier in this presentation. The council has alternatives. You can overturn the decision of the Planning Commission, thereby granting the appeal. You could approve the development permit approve the land use entitlements, new or modified conditions, or deny the land use entitlements based on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made. Or you can continue the public hearing to a date and time certain, asking for more information or for alternative design considerations. And you can also refer the matter back to the Planning Commission if new or different information is presented. I'm here for questions, or we can just roll into the next presentation.
Yes, I think we'll just keep going with the presentations. So we have Mr. McGrath.
How do I get you to do the next slide? Do I just
You can just tell me.
thumbs up?
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. I'd like to start tonight by thanking for everybody being here and town council and giving us an option to listen to our appeal. My name is Kurt Margraf, and I own Sage Land Surveying. My wife, who's in the audience tonight, and I are both lifelong Truckee residents. We grew up here, we attended college, and we returned to Truckee, and our families continue to live here too. My wife is a local nurse, and my survey company has Truckee roots for over 40 years. We also own a Category A Essential 1895 historic house which abuts the project. I was also the surveyor for the original Truckee Rail Yard project and worked with the developer, Truckee Development Associates, from the beginning of the project all the way to the final maps of Truckee Rail Yard Phase 1 and Phase 2. I do remember firsthand the countless hours and public workshops and meetings that it took to get the final agreed upon railroad master plan between our community and the original developer. We are here tonight to appeal this project because we have significant concerns about the scale, massing, its impact on adjacent historic properties and our public spaces. The shading and solar exposure is incomplete, inaccurate, and did not analyze the impacts on the final shading on surrounding areas. With the applicant only having a draft master parking plan and no implementation plan for circulation, possible valet parking, and uncleared loading arrangements, we believe that there are too many unknowns and uncertainties to allow staff, being the only review authority moving forward with such an impactful project to our town. We also believe that the proposed project does not comply with the MAD standards and limits. Next slide, please. Exhibit A of my appeal, which I please hope you guys look at tonight, it shows that development shall be limited to the maximum allowable development. Town has not adequately demonstrated why 60 plus 17 transient capable units, STRs, would be treated as MAD compliant without specific analysis on their combined lodging intensity. So a question for council tonight. If the 17 units can be separately owned and rented transiently, what analysis demonstrates that those 17 units do not increase the lodging intensity beyond the 60 limits? If town is treating the 60-room conventional hotels as satisfying the room for the condo hotel MAD allocation, then how can the additional individually owned units where transient rental is expressly permitted also be excluded from the lodging intensity represented by the MAD 60-room allocation? A good example of a local hotel condo is the Everline Hotel, which was formerly Resort at Squaw Creek in Olympic Valley. They converted the hotel into a combination of hotel condo rooms with available separately owned STR program, and most of the individuals of the condo owners have opted for that, giving the hotel more inventory while they're not using their units. We're not asking council to decide what other jurisdictions call hotel condos. We're asking council to determine whether these 17 separately owned STR units constitute additional lodging intensity that must be accounted for under the Railroad Master Plan MAD requirements. Regardless of how staff's long-term versus short-term code arguments on whether or not these units should be considered a hotel or not, these residential units act like a hotel condo. These are individually owned condominiums but operated as a hotel. They're privately owned condos located inside a hotel-style building. The units will have access to hotel-style facilities, pools, gyms, housekeeping, front desk, maybe valet. So the other thing to keep in mind is they have the option for the short-term rentals if they want, which will provide hotel inventory. The proposed project for the 17 residential units check off every requirement for the definition of a condo hotel. As stated in our appeal, these are not two separate entities. These are residential condo units located inside the hotel to be condominiumized all together with access to all their amenities in one common condominium space. Does town council anticipate that all 17 residential units will be lived in year-round? Another major concern we have is the street articulation requirements. Exhibit C of our proposal shows how the requirement of development standards are mandatory, not optional. Section 551, proposed development shall comply with each of the urban standards provided in table 5.2 for their right district. The Railroad Master Plan street wall requires a street wall articulation. Why? Because these requirements are to break up the mass and scale of these large buildings that dominate a block. Does this project actually create a required transition, height variation, or are we simply looking at one dominant mass next to our historic building? Exhibit E of our appeal addresses your approval process tonight. It states that each application for the project within the district is defined by the Railroad Master Plan will be reviewed for conformity with the railroad standards and guidelines. This means we need to look at the project against the actual standards, not simply ask ourselves, well, is the revised design better and somewhat better than the last version? The development guidelines also state that we should be considering all existing and planned buildings on the block as a whole. The block should contain mixed heights and mixed buildings. Next slide, please. The guidelines discourage block-sized buildings, and they require a mass and scale of buildings in the downtown extension to be varied to ensure compatibility with rail yard districts and the existing historic downtown. Most importantly, transitioning and building mass and scale should be created in this district between and the historic properties. At the second Planning Commission meeting where this was approved, it was stated that the current proposal, quote, doesn't look much different, unquote, from the previous submittal. If changes required by the standards produce such little meaningful difference, then we need to ask ourselves, does this project actually meet the intent and the requirements of the Railroad Master Plan? Exhibit E tells us that the project must be reviewed in conformity with standards and guidelines. If there are unresolved questions about building mass, height transition, street articulation, materials, or compatibility with historic built properties, those issues should be resolved before any approvals. If we don't follow the rules now, then why do we have the rules? The town council has a responsibility to ensure that these standards adopted for the rail yard are actually followed. It isn't about whether we like the proposed project. It's about whether the project conforms with the standards that govern it. Probably the most impactful portion of this project is the parking and loading requirements. As noted in staff's report, the draft parking management plan and implementation plan proposed by the applicant does not fully address the concerns related to parking in both quantity and management. The mandatory standard number 14 in 5.2 is for loading and parking standards. Staff indicates that their calculations, what I didn't see brought up, is that there's supposed to be 4.5 loading spaces, which would be required as a minimum because of the various size and use of this overall project. The last proposal has 1 loading space. Since in the previous planning commission has stated, the applicant has stated, we just don't have any more room for another space. And we asked them to move the trash enclosure for a less impactful area to the neighbors and to the church that it's right next to, and they said there's no other place to put it. So here's another question. How, if approved tonight, where is the applicant just going to find room in the future? Where are all these required loading spaces going to be? The project parking demand requires 123 total spaces with only 19 on-site parking spots. The applicant is suggesting 104 off-site parkings through our downtown and parking districts. This amount would be over a third of the total limited spaces, leaving only 197 for all the rest of the rail yard, and there's a lot coming. Staff report for the draft parking master plan is full of statements like, well, the applicant is exploring to do this, or if funding is proposed, or it is presumed. These type of statements and uncertainties are made throughout staff's report regarding such an important and impactful part of this proposed project. Clearly, this draft parking plan and master plan by the applicant has many challenges moving ahead and doesn't seem anywhere near where we have a complete or a final parking plan that staff can even review. This is the next person on the team.
Thank you, Kurt. Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for reviewing this important decision. I've been asked to speak. My name is Dennis Dodds. I'm a civil engineer in Truckee. I've lived here for 39 years, and I'm on the board of trustees for the Church of the Mountains, which is where I'm speaking from, that position. So at the January 20th Planning Commission meeting, it was recommended to the Planning Commission that that the project be approved, that it met all the necessary conditions. I pointed out at that meeting that the solar evaluation was both outdated and substandard and did not include any of the buildings on the adjacent historic properties. I would like to, I've had in my public comment, but I'd just like to read briefly what item 12 and table 9.2 of the rail yard master plan implementation measures and action items. This is referring to the solar analysis. The analysis shall indicate sun exposure on streets, sidewalks, public places, and adjacent structures. The impact of microclimates on the functionality of spaces consistent with this master plan. In this case, the adjacent structures are given equal importance with the other items that were supposed to be analyzed in the solar study. The inclusion of microclimate is interesting because the shading is actually the most impactful element of this, particularly on the Church of the Mountains. We believe the Church of the Mountains that the shading caused by the Rail Yard Hotel should have been considered much earlier in the planning process. At the January 20th, 26 meeting, I requested an updated evaluation that included the structures on the adjacent parcels in the historic district, including Church of the Mountains. And this has not been provided or required by town staff. The church is not concerned about solar access for harvesting electricity, but rather the possible detrimental effects of the shading on the older buildings in the church campus and the Margraf property. These buildings are over 100 years old and are not built to modern snow load standards. The impact of shading on the church campus and adjacent structures has not been adequately addressed by either the applicant or town staff. The potential impact on the adjacent structures cannot be analyzed if they're not even included in the solar analysis and the shade studies. It's not possible. So the church is actually only seeking some protection if any of the church structures are damaged in the future by excessive snow loads exacerbated by shading from the Rail Yard Hotel. Thank you.
Does that conclude the appellants? Thank you very much. Okay. Now we'll hear from the applicant. Welcome, Rakesh.
Good evening, Council. Excuse me. Good evening, Council. Thank you, staff. Thank you to the appellant for the presentation. Quick item of disclosure. My daughter, who's 11, is going through a phase right now, which includes refusing to sleep. So I slept about 2 hours last night. So if I need to take a 2-second break, please excuse me. Also, a bit of reflection before I get started. On my way up to Truckee this morning, I get asked a lot, especially over the last 2 weeks, whether this process has been frustrating. We've been in planning for over 3 years. And a lot of the commentary I get from the development community is negative towards staff, ask me whether staff has been a hindrance, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to state for the record, I am not frustrated. I think the process has worked. This has been the longest planning process that I've been involved in, over 15 years. That doesn't necessarily mean the process is broken. I think the regulatory framework in this town in Truckee is highly complex with the master plan, with the development agreement, with the design guidelines, which to this day I have a hard time deciphering. And the level of thoroughness that is required by staff to get to this point is immense. And so I thank you, staff. I don't think I'd be here without the help and guidance of staff, so thank you. I'll start the presentation with a few slides on building height, articulation, and facade. I'll try to keep this to as quick as I possibly can. So the first couple slides are our first iterations on the southwest corner. If you can go up one slide, Yumi, please. The picture on the left we did not submit. Obviously, it doesn't look great. With me today, I have my architect calling in from Chicago. Was he able to join, Yumi?
Yes, he's on.
Okay. Hey, Bobby. Nothing to comment. I just wanted to make sure you're available in case any questions came up. I also have Martin Wood with me today from the civil engineering team. But I just wanted to highlight a few of the iterations we went through on the southwest corner. So on the left side was our first iteration at a 40-foot height at the corner. During our first planning commission hearing, we obviously peeled back some of the exterior, created some balcony space, and ended up at 37 feet at the corner. After the Planning Commission continuance in January, we further looked at this and decided that we can peel back a little further. So we took the roof line off a little bit more, still kept 2 balconies, and we're still at 37 feet. After the continuance, we took out a balcony, which is the depiction on the right side, still at 37 feet. Before the Planning Commission hearing in May, we actually went back to the drawing table and decided to peel back and step back the southwest corner, which included removing about 130 square feet of that room on the 3rd floor. So where we currently stand right now, excuse me, is a southwest corner that sits at 27 feet, so a full 10 feet below our prior submission with 1 balcony. As staff mentioned, condition approval 49, one of the conditions required us to remove the cantilevering of the space above the food and beverage facility. And so we haven't submitted this for review, but this is just a presentation or an illustration of what that could look like. Obviously, we have the columns all the way to the end of the food and beverage facility, as well as peeling back some of the parapet at that corner. And the red line at the top is representative of the height limit at that corner at 40 feet. So we will submit this to staff to the extent we can after this meeting. So I tried to, I think one of the difficulties in reviewing projects is understanding building articulation when you look at a 2D dimensional drawing. And so I tried my best to illustrate the articulation and the height differences in the building with some color coding. So the red coding indicates areas where we're 2 stories and 27 feet, including the parapet, and 25 feet excluding the parapet. The blue areas show areas that are 3 stories and 40 feet, or approximately 37 feet, excluding the parapet. And the green area in the southeast corner is 1 story and 17 feet. And the bottom depiction shows a version of as if you're looking down on the building at the 4th floor. So you see there's a large portion of the roof deck that's at 3 stories. And this is a copy and paste from the staff report. I thought it was a good point to highlight. Staff represented the street wall articulation requirements sort of in the middle column. All the way to the right is our street wall articulation in our current plans, and this is the Donner Pass frontage. I just wanted to highlight here that we are exceeding the street wall articulation standards across the entirety of the main frontage of the hotel. So in segment number 1, we're 5 and 7 feet below, depending on whether you include the parapet, along 95% more of the width that's required under the code. In the center segment, in the center facade, we're 6.5 feet below the requirement, along 23% more of the width required. And at the southeast corner, we're 17 feet below the requirement at 73% more width. And beyond the street wall articulation requirements, there's also, as everyone knows, the street wall height requirements, which generally say, and correct me if I'm wrong, above 40 feet, we have to step the building back 10 feet, and the building cannot be higher than 50 feet in total after that step back. And so I think some of the public comments and some of the conversations and discussions at Planning Commission, I didn't do a good job of highlighting this, but not only do we exceed the street wall requirements along the Donner Pass facade, we exceed the building step back requirements along the Donner Pass facade. So The shaded blue rectangle is the 10-foot step back above 30 feet. You can see a vast majority of the rooftop is actually beyond 10 feet. And we specifically chose the location of the rooftop to be configured this way because some of the commentary we got early on was facing the rooftop towards the residential end of the downtown, whether it's Church Street or the church. We didn't want to have guests or residents being visible from that area. And so we tried to face the rooftop as close as we possibly can to Donner Pass towards the main activity of downtown. And so what this slide represents is just our distance to historic downtown. Obviously, the Truckee Hotel is on the same block as our property. And I went on to Google Earth and just sort of calculated the distance from the start of our building on the west side to the Truckee Hotel, and that's approximately 350 feet. I will note that the Truckee Hotel is 50 feet high at that corner. As staff mentioned during the Planning Commission approval, there was an additional condition around us modifying the center facade. And again, we haven't submitted this to staff yet, but this is just a representation of what that could look like. One of the ideas was to change the color of the facade. So the top rendering is simply just a change in color, which is a darker grayer tone, which matches the columns along the entirety of the ground floor. The center version is, and Bobby, sorry, I haven't shown this to you, so please don't get upset. We've actually removed the vertical columns, or I'm not sure exactly what the right term is, the vertical beams that are on the left facade and the right facade. And that center facade actually is what the building originally looked like at the first Planning Commission meeting. Larger glazing, more rectangular windows that are visible. And I think, and we'll talk about this with our architectural team, I think the bottom version actually differentiates the building a little bit more than the top version. So there was some discussion about the solar plane. Staff is correct. The original solar plane exhibit just wasn't updated after the first Planning Commission hearing. We have in the interim sent staff an updated solar plane exhibit, and this is that exhibit. I just wanted to highlight that the building can comply with a solar plane. In fact, in doing so, we were actually able to articulate the height of the building a little bit nicer along the north and south elevation. So if you're looking at this elevation, the right side of the picture is the northern corner of the building, and the left side is the southeastern corner of the building. And so going from sort of north to south, at the most northern corner, the building height is 32 feet 10 inches, and then it steps up to 42 feet 4 inches, and then it steps up to 46 feet 8 inches, and then past the midway line of the building actually steps up to 49 feet 8 inches. So the building actually steps down or up, whichever way you look at it, in three different locations along the eastern facade. And as a result, greater than 50% of the eastern facade or the eastern elevation is below 50 feet in height. A few slides on the ground floor. I know there was a lot of discussion in the Planning Commission around the ground floor. Some of the issues raised were the event space being along the facade, also some administrative space that was along the facade not being active uses. And so in the interim, we worked with our architectural team, this is the next slide, Yumi, to actually address some of those comments, even though we weren't specifically required to. It is our absolute ultimate goal to create as many active spaces in the hotel as possible. If the hotel lobby and the surrounding uses are not active, the hotel will not be successful. So we have an alignment of interest there. In fact, we've been thinking very hard about it. So what we've done is we've actually pushed the event space off the facade and created what we call a library gallery space that is visible from pedestrians, accessible from the main entrance from both the food and beverage space and the hotel. And some of the ideas that we're brainstorming for this space is either an artist in residence, where he or she can display works of art, or even a gallery of local artists, more than one, that we can have placed in that area where people can sit, either purchase the art if they want, or simply just view the art. That's just one idea, and we'll certainly think about more. We also were able to move the administrative space off the facade, which we thought was an important move. And so we increased the wellness space more along the southern facade from east to west and moved the admin space to the center of the building. I do want to note that we were required to add retail at the northeast corner. I just want to note for the record, it would be very difficult for us to lease this space. It's less than 1,000 square feet. It's in the less active corner of the project. And so we're still figuring out ways to address how to make this space active. So one question I have, and this is just a question I would appreciate some discussion around, is how much flexibility do we have in programming the ground floor? There will be changes through design. I'm not sure exactly what the standards are and whether we have to come back to the Planning Commission. So I would simply just appreciate some guidance on that front. I'm going to try to get through the rest as quickly as I can. Parking, I know there was a lot of discussion on parking. I will say that it is our goal and absolute intent to ensure that we have the least amount of parking as possible. In fact, some of the TDM solutions that we have in our parking management plan, we've continued to discuss, including providing room discounts to users that come and don't use parking, whether it's carpool. Also, if someone uses parking and doesn't need the car for the rest of the stay, there's ways we can incentivize that use, whether, again, it's through room discounts, credits at the hotel, or even credits to use in downtown businesses. But I will say we agree with the parking condition. One request we're making is the timing of the condition. To entitle a space, to find a space, and get it built is extremely challenging. We've been in the process for 3 years. I'm not sure how long that process is going to take. There's a very small build window in Truckee, as we know, which if we don't hit, we will be losing a year or more in our permitting process. So my request is not the substantive change of the parking condition, but simply the timing. We would like the condition of approval to be satisfied prior to C of O instead of building permit issuance. Last couple of minutes on sustainability and climate, and I'll make this quick, but I think this is really the most important part of it. There's a lot of talk, but not a lot of walk in the hospitality industry, and I think in the real estate industry in general around sustainability. A lot of greenwashing. I want to state for the record that our goal of maximizing carbon reduction not only is a goal for this council, as you see in that slide, but if you go to the next slide, Yumi, it was the origin story for this project. We decided to design this project from the singular idea of mass timber. We didn't head to mass timber after multiple other iterations with concrete or steel. We started with mass timber and designed everything around it. Typically, mass timber is used in hospitality as a last resort when steel or concrete either isn't available or there's a tariff or it's too expensive. We started with mass timber. And I want to make sure that's for the record because there are not many hotels that have been built in this country of the last 10 years that use mass timber. And the reason is there's too much short-term thinking in this industry. There's too much optimization for profit, not enough optimization for impact on environment. And we truly believe that as a developer, that should be our goal, first and foremost, to reduce the impacts on our environment. Couple of slides. Next is where we're exposing mass timber. Again, this is a hospitality project, so it has to be experiential. And so we're exposing mass timber at every corner location on the exterior, and potentially more. And if you go to the next two slides, we're actually now in the process of looking at where we can expose mass timber in the interior, which I think is not only cool for people that are walking into the hotel, but also our guests and our residents. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, council members, we are pushing up against 7 o'clock. I would love to get through our questions, if possible. You guys agree? Okay, everybody's shaking their heads. Okay, before though we jump into questions, Andy, would you be willing to share your thoughts on what our legal task is here tonight? What levers do we have available to us legally on the table and off the table?
Sure. Andy Morris, town attorney. So the town council's role is not to decide whether it's a good project or a bad project, as Mr. Margraf said, not to decide whether you like it or don't like it. The council's role is to decide whether the project complies with the town's standards that the council has previously adopted, as well as state law. So we have a development code that has general standards for development within Truckee. We also have the rail yard master plan that has some more specific standards. And then there's some legal requirements in state law. But that is the council's responsibility, is to decide, are the standards met? Can you make findings to approve the project, indicating that the standards are complied with? Or can you make findings to grant the appeal and deny the project, indicating that the standards are not being complied with by the project. But as you think about this, and as members of the audience ask questions, I would suggest that you try to think of it in that light and view it through that lens. It's not, is it good or is it bad? Do you like it? Do you not? Does it comply with the town standards?
Thank you, Andy. And also to kick us off, I just want to thank my fellow council members for their extensive and thought-provoking questions in advance of this hearing. For the public benefit, we all submit questions that we have on agenda items to staff in advance, so they have time to research and give us accurate and adequate answers. And those are posted on the public comment page, so all of you can see what questions we have asked and how staff has answered them. We often will re-ask questions up here because we want to make sure that the public hears the answer, or we develop new questions as the presentations move along, as you probably saw me jotting a few things down. So with that, I will open it up to questions. Do we have a council member that is really excited about starting us out? Go ahead. All right. Councilmember Pallavi.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, staff. Thanks, Kurt, for your presentation. The church, Rakesh as well. Quick disclosure. I think I first met Rakesh about 4 or 5 years ago, and have been in touch and just conversed about the project in addition to prior to this meeting as well. So just wanted to make that clear. And that's when I also heard about the vision and other things was many years ago. I just have some, I think hopefully will be quick questions. And then also maybe Kurt or somebody from the appeal team, maybe you guys could just come up closer, because I am going to have a question for you guys, and Rakesh also might have a question for you, but I'm going to start with staff. I'm going to just start with some quick parking stuff. As part of the valet program that you're going to be bringing back to us in a few weeks, I believe as part of that study, you're also working on a residential overnight parking permit plan, and that's all going to come back to us as a package, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Maybe to Yumi, what other parcels in the rail yard have been identified for potential parking functions, whether that be a surface lot or some other type of structure? And I'll start there, and then I have a couple quick peppers after that.
You mean structures for parking, or
just in general, you know, I can give my comments and I'll talk about how we got to where we are with the parking, because I've sort of lived it from the dais here for the last 10 years. But I'm just wondering, where else could additional parking be located that is not currently constructed? Can it be in any of these districts?
Yes.
Yes,
yes,
except for the open space district.
That's correct. And they'd be parking for the project that's on site, likely, not necessarily public parking.
Correct. In the rest of the privately owned rail yard, can parking be accommodated in any of those non-gray colored or green colored areas?
Yes, a project proponent could propose it with AB 2097 coming in effect. It does limit the amount that we could require parking.
Yes, so I was going to get to that. So this would have to generally be a private initiative to achieve some sort of parking capacity. How about that?
Correct.
Thank you. Did staff propose a distance requirement on any valet action? Is there any? Are we going to get that maybe, Scott, in like the valet study? Are we going to get any type of like traditional valet distances, like quarter mile, half mile? I don't know, anything like that? How fast valet parkers can run?
No.
You got anything like that? No. How far they can run? I don't know. Do they have to meet any fitness requirements? That's not going to be part of the valet parking study.
No, I think the 5 to 10 minutes that's described is from the applicant team.
Got it.
What you're going to be hearing next month will not identify a specific distance or a time relay for that. Just generally appropriate locations that staff feels is appropriate based on operational.
So where valet parking can take place.
Correct.
Or where overnight parking can take place.
Within the parking district.
And then my third question on that topic is, We're going to get valet parking. We're going to get overnight residential parking. Are we going to get, as valet could not necessarily mean overnight. So are we going to get also a third piece of overnight commercial opportunities for parking? So I'm making a distinction between daytime valet, overnight commercial type of valet, and then residential.
I don't believe that we're trying to decouple those at this time. Potentially in the future, depending on uses that arise that maybe have a daytime use but not a nighttime use, or vice versa.
Right.
For now, I believe the valet program would be a 24-hour opportunity.
I think it might behoove staff to just consider that, because we do have higher demand during daytime, right? And so if other restaurants, if other businesses wanted to have a valet use that may already even exist, we might have higher demand during daytime valet periods and overnight. Just a comment.
I'll just jump in. The current
Hi,
direction.
Becky.
Hi.
Who are you, Becky? Introduce yourself.
Public Works Director, Becky Bucar. So the current direction that we're going with the valet, it's really focusing on the overnight valet parking for what we're proposing to bring back to council, with the idea that daytime valet can occur, but it just kind of, the parking district is available to anybody to use and park as long as they're paying the appropriate day rates.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, shuttle service. We kind of already have an airport shuttle service. It might not meet the needs of everybody. It might not meet the needs. Are we requiring a new privately held, like, only hotel shuttle service as part of this condition? Or are we allowing for edits to the existing North Tahoe, Lake Tahoe Truckee shuttle, in addition to, we've all talked about it, there's many conversations going on regionally to expand that shuttle service and to make it more efficient? Are we allowing for that to be part of the parking management plan or acceptable within the condition of approval?
The Planning Commission, when they drafted the condition, they weren't specific, so we weren't necessarily specific in the condition. So it could work. They could work with the Public Works Department to identify what would be an appropriate use of the shuttles, the existing airport shuttle systems to serve the needs of the hotel. The intention, I think, is that the airport shuttle service would be always available for the hotel guests.
Yeah, I guess what I'm concerned with is, like, does Public Works going to have enough information to deem something worthy or not without extremely objective standards, right? Like, what we're gonna hear, I think you're gonna hear from us is the subjectivity versus the objectivity, right? I think I'm gonna very much hone in on that. So what I want is, I don't need a hotel shuttle of any size driving down to the airport 10 times a day to pick up 2 people, when we have an existing airport shuttle service that's already funded through transit occupancy tax dollars, all of your tax dollars, overnight tax dollars, right? It's already happening. So I'm asking Public Works what type of objectivity they're going to need in order to be able to satisfy that requirement in a meaningful way.
I mean, I think that there's, if there is objectivity, if there is a standard that you want to have considered or required within, for the Public Works Department to consider as part of their review of the parking management plan, that's something we can talk about putting into the condition of approval to help them with their review. And having that framework, I think, will help in terms of level of service you want to see for that airport shuttle. They are the experts, and I would defer to them on this question first, and then secondly on the parking management plan and the shuttle service as a whole.
Yeah, I think, again, what you're kind of here is some of these conditions of approval just feel very fuzzy. And I think that's making the audience nervous. I think it makes us nervous. And I think it puts you guys in a really tough position. And so I guess what I'm also reflecting on is, what data, what information does staff need to be effective in making that kind of decision that a condition has been met? And I don't know that I have that information in front of me or anywhere in this packet. So when we get maybe a little further in this hearing, you guys can think about that, and we can revisit that after public comment potentially. Thank you. I want to go to the building design slide. And this came up in some of the pictures. Keep going, stop, wait, go back. Yeah, right here. It's sort of right here. So it's this, I guess within the site plan, I'm just trying to envision and clarify. I thought that the building went up to the property line adjacent to the existing built building. Am I incorrect in that assumption? Like what is that weird farmer's market style tent thing? And is that realistic, or is that just for fluff to make it look softer?
I would defer that question to the applicant, the last question.
Mr. Patel.
But there is a portion of the site plan that's not seen here that goes in front of the houses that you see.
It goes in front of the houses,
That's
right?
the part of the plaza.
That's a plaza, right? So there is blank space there. There isn't blank space there. I'm trying to envision what's happening.
Can I speak?
You may.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think we have a fully expanded version of the site plan. Maybe staff doesn't have that, but there is a triangular portion. I don't know, Martin, if you know how big that is, but it's maybe 1,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet. There is a triangular portion that we are not building on, and that there's an easement over. The farmer's market was just there to show activity. It could be any public active use.
But there's, I guess, is it private property or is it's an easement? You just said it's a public
It's private
easement.
property. My understanding is it's private property, but we are not building on it.
Got it. Kurt, hold on one second. Do we have, we'll get you in there. I'll give you an opportunity. Do we have any type of better, so I guess what I'm trying to see, what you're showing me here, what I want to know is how far that westernmost built environment is going up to the property line of the, I think it's the Lauren Powers building there. Yes, that's the one I'm looking for. Thank you so much. So it's what page are you on? So we can pull it up on the screen. It's their plans, 4 of 29. Thank you. So deep. Yeah, there we go. So that parcel there will be left bare? Just improved?
Just hardscape. Yeah, hardscape.
Kurt, Mayor, can we have Kurt? Did he have a comment, or do you want to
Absolutely.
wait for
Direct
that?
your comments to who you need to have answered.
Kurt, you raised your hand. You have 20 seconds.
Actually, that piece that kind of teardrops in front goes right in front of my property, the entire thing in front of the parsonage house, and it's an 18-foot public utility easement that they put in when we were doing the TSD, so they knew they're going to have to run new infrastructure.
Yep.
So, yes, that is an
that
18-foot
goes from
wide,
that-
and it goes to right where they start their building. They put their building right where they could start.
20 seconds. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Building design, farmer. Okay, I got that one. Condition of approval 49. That one, that's the setback, the 2-foot setback. That's already been included in the condition of approval. It's just not being reflected in the design, right?
Correct.
Okay. 63. This is the noise ordinance. So, as I read this correctly, no outdoor amplified sound ever. Is there any other parcel in our community that has that restriction?
Many do. I mean, we've required it on RMU for that project. We required no outdoor amplified music. And we've also required that initially for the lumberyard until they did a noise study.
Till they did a noise study.
Yes. And Mountain Lotus as well. We did a noise study for Mountain Lotus where it was determined that they couldn't have outdoor amplified music.
No outdoor amplified music. And just to be clear, that means like no event of 50 people with a microphone? Or are we using a decibel level to adhere to that amplified music?
As written, it's no amplified music, no microphone. It could be modified if you wanted to allow for a noise study. I mean, that's typically we would allow.
Like
that.
the applicant can do a noise study in order to receive a variance if they so chose. Thank you. on the whole concept of the frontage, the retail, the way that it's been redesigned, which I do like parts of, I don't like parts of. Can you give me a little bit, and I listened to both planning commission meetings, the comments simply, I'm just looking for sort of an affirmative or a negative. The planning commission's comments seem to be based on sort of like general uses and sort of what they wanted versus any sort of market study of needed spaces in town or functionality of size of a retail space or putting a retail space all by itself on a corner that's facing a roundabout that's, as the applicant said, going to be fairly unsuccessful most likely. Was there any market data or anything else brought into that recommendation from the Planning Commission?
No market study. It was based on the rail yard master plan, the vision of having activation and
of activating
uses.
frontage. Yeah. And what would towns or what would staff's reaction be to the applicant's request on that condition being modified to be incredibly flexible to allow for the most successful use as long as it contained some sort of street front activation? Is there flexibility within that condition that staff feels comfortable they can interpret and allow for?
It could, I think the intention was that it could be, I think it'd be comfortable, we'd be comfortable with per the rail yard master plan, that there would be pedestrian activity. I think that's the only requirement. There are some requirements in the rail yard master plan, that some uses can't be allowed in the first X number of feet of a frontage. And I'm not 100% sure if it applies to Truckee Way here.
Thank you. I lost the condition of approval on the fence, but I'm wondering what exactly the purpose, I think it was 43? There's so many conditions of approval. This might hold the record for numbers of conditions of approval, just so everybody knows, okay? 84, I think. It's not the record? No, those bigger ones got bigger records. What was the intention of like the encouragement of the fence? Like what does everybody want to achieve with a fence?
I think there's desire on both parties' side to have screening between the two uses.
Screening.
And, yes, and since the rail yard master plan prohibits any fence over 4 feet tall, you could have a 6-foot fence potentially on the parcel that's not in the rail yard master plan.
Mm-hmm. Did you have something, Danielle?
I was just going to say I'll take sort of the brunt of that because that was my suggestion in working through this discussion with the Planning Commission. And I know that that's unconventional sometimes to use the word encourage with conditions, but what we've seen sometimes is that having at least that recognized in conditions of approval does help facilitate conversation post-project entitlement.
And real briefly, Mr. McGrath, make notes about things that you want to say because you get a rebuttal.
Yes.
Yes, you do. You get to rebut after the public comment.
Hold on.
No. Wait,
Thank you. Make notes. That's what she just told you. It's good. It's a good tip. What's our general premise of like fences, gates? I mean, I feel like we discourage fences, gates, and sort of separations at every step of the way. So I was sort of surprised that we were encouraging a fence on this one. Was this just simply a shading, a screening, and doesn't the rock itself provide for a pretty good portion of that? Just naturally? It's like a natural fence.
The portion that is the area that you discussed earlier where the outdoor plaza area is in front of the houses. Yeah.
Where there's already an existing fence.
That probably needs to be repaired.
Right. Got it. And I did ask in my questions about use of materials in fence, just so everybody knows, because as you probably know, you can't build any more wood fences that attach to buildings. So we're going to have to deal with that material issue too, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, 2 more. I didn't see was there a loading plan addendum? Where was that? And what's the sort of shipping, receiving, laundrying, loading plan? Do you have that, Yumi, or is that a question for the project proponent?
You can ask the project proponent, but right now the loading area is in this region, next to the trash screening. next to the trash enclosure.
That's where the loading area is going to
Yes.
be.
And then there'll be passenger loading here next to the building itself.
Got it. And so in those upper reaches, maybe we need to see a first floor floor plan, but there's sort of like shipping and receiving up above in there, or they're going to be walking across the driveway to get to wherever they need to go, something like that? Okay. It's all good. I don't need an answer, Martin. You guys can use it in your rebuttal. And then really, I have a last question for the church. Mr. Dodds, you in your closing statement said that you were looking for some sort of relief or responsibility, but I don't see any, I haven't seen any proposals. I haven't seen a suggested condition of approval. I don't have any language that reflects your main concern. Did I miss anything like that? You're going to need to step up there, please, sir.
Just press the button, make
Sorry.
sure it's green.
Although I requested that the structures in the historic district, the church has 3 buildings, the Margraf property, have those buildings included in the solar analysis and shading study. That's never been provided. And you can't really analyze the impact on a structure if it's not shown in the study.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Thanks for all those questions, Councilmember Pallavi. I have a few additional ones. Yumi, we're being asked to make a finding to allow for the additional 5 feet above the 50 feet. The way it's written would only allow that at those elevator spaces, correct? It would not.
That's correct.
Okay, just making sure. Sorry, and I made you go all that way, and now I'm going to ask you to go to a different picture. Can you bring back up the diagram that shows where there was the red line on the parking and the yellow lines where it showed, I know where, thank you. Because I do believe we received a question in one of our public comments kind of asking about additional blocking off on Church Street. So I see, kind of where that parking is. Could that be something council would recommend, like they wouldn't be allowed to utilize those as well as part of a condition?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. In the TDM strategies, it was talking about enforcement. Do we have enforcement? Do we have other projects that had to have these strategies? And do we have enforcement mechanisms currently to ensure that they are meeting their strategies?
I don't believe we have any projects with that are required to do TDM strategies.
Okay. Would staff have ideas for what enforcement mechanisms might be? And Scott, I don't know if this is you. Just, again, back to what Councilmember Pallavi said about fuzzy things. I feel like that's a fuzzy thing to me.
Specifically for the parking management plan we're talking about. So in the condition of approval, it requires an annual report that is itemized on a quarterly basis to determine effectiveness of the program. There could be more objective standards set for those, which could come out of that collaboration between the applicant team and the Public Works Department. For now, there is no objective standard there necessarily in the condition of approval, but it does have the requirement for an annual reporting and provides pretty strong language that the Public Works Director can modify the plan or require modifications to reflect any deficiencies to meet the standards that were originally anticipated for the plan. So,
got it. Thank you, Scott. And so similarly to Councilmember Pallavi's questions on the existing airport shuttle, I appreciated those comments because a question had been, could it be they need to give funding to the current shuttle or something like that. So they're not establishing something brand new, but contributing to an already existing. So that could be something that we could put clearer language.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the hotel provided car service, that would just be a car available to shuttle people around to things. I asked a question about that in advance, but just confirming, just non-airport, but driving people to things.
Yes.
Okay. Even though we have a robust public transportation system. So we can talk about that more.
It's not guaranteed in the future.
Valid. I guess a question came up around the flexibility on ground floor programming. And so I'd be curious clarification on what we approved today and then what would be allowed in the future. And again, back to some things are just fuzzy. So understanding like flexibility of ground floor space, but other things as well. I don't know if you can speak to Yumi a little bit about how that works in a standard project approval entitlement process.
Well, typically, these spaces would all have to come back for a zoning clearance for a staff level review to ensure consistency with the rail yard master plan. The language here says it's retail, so it would kind of bind us to requiring it to be a retail type use. If you wanted to open it up to be a little more nebulous and more, it would still be required to meet the requirements of the rail yard master plan, but you could put in some more language about what other types of uses would be appropriate.
Just a quick one. Can we just say general commercial? Can we put a zoning designation on it versus a specific use? Because that would create that flexibility, wouldn't it?
It could be a commercial use. I think that there is a component of the table that says commercial use versus residential use versus it may be retail and then service use. So those are the two typically non-residential uses that we see in our tables. And you could say both could be allowed within this tenant space. And
we could say any type of retail or service use.
Yes.
That's it. You can't say general commercial and all of the uses that go under that umbrella.
In terms, that would then be relying on the development code, which is a different regulatory document.
Okay. And then I guess the applicant also brought up like some design changes as well. So I guess that brings back to we're kind of being asked to consider design and doesn't meet with our standards. And there's stuff being suggested to be changed. I guess just understanding like would there still be more flexibility on the design if council, approved this project moving forward? How much flexibility around design would continue?
What else could they change?
What else could they change? Thank you.
Because of all the discussion with the design, it'd be challenging to go beyond what the conditions of approval allow, which allow for some changes to the architecture on the south elevation, the balcony, and then, but if council wants to build in more flexibility, that's something we can discuss on how to frame that language within the condition of approval. Typically when somebody starts touching.
Flexibility?
Or less flexibility. Okay. Typically, if a condition of approval is something that's talked about extensively by the review authority and amended, if they start making changes to that particular component of the project, it's considered a project amendment and we'd have to return to, this would be the planning commission since any project amendment for this project will go down to the planning commission.
Okay.
And we have seen that recently where changes were extensive enough, so it had to go back to planning.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. On the amplification of noise, I appreciated that discussion, and you highlighted a few other businesses where a noise study was done. Would that be that would be after project completion, I would assume, or when would that noise study be done to determine if amplified sound would be allowed?
If it's outdoor,
if they wanted it.
It could be any time. It's outdoor. It'd be outdoor, so you don't necessarily need to have an indoor component to see what the sound attenuation is going to be by the building walls. The impact of noise is measured at the receiving use. So the residential use that's right next door would be the location where you measure the sound. So those two things, the outdoor area and that sensitive residential use, they both exist, so we can do it at any time.
Okay. And then it was brought up about, solar exposure, and there wasn't studies done on some of these other neighboring buildings. Would that be something we would typically require on other projects? Or I'm curious just from staff's perspective, or has this project gone through the standard process that we would require for solar exposure?
So the difference between this project and other projects is that this is in the rail yard master plan, and the development code item that was brought up by the appellant in their presentation isn't necessarily applicable to this project. They did provide the solar evaluation study before you today at the request of the Planning Commission. The rail yard master plan encourages the creation of a solar access study, but doesn't necessarily require it, and so does really the development. And there's no real requirement on how to respond to a solar access study in both the development code and in the rail yard master plan.
Okay. And then I know the project was shown with the shading towards Church Street, and I might be using the wrong terms, how the initial updated plans they showed at Planning Commission were not, or they hadn't showed updated plans, but then now they have given them to us showing that it would work. But I believe in the presentation it said that is something that council could ask for more and have that potentially reviewed again by Planning Commission if we felt like more detail was needed on that component?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I keep making you jump around so much. I think that's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have some questions?
Thank you. Just a few, because my fellow council members have asked wonderful questions, and I know we all submitted a lot in advance. Just really quickly, sort of building on some of the parking questions. So condition 36 requires the applicant to identify, entitle, construct an offsite parking lot. But also the applicant is told they're voluntarily submitting a building permit application without guarantee of approval of the offsite parking area. And I asked about this in advance, and I just want staff to have an opportunity to sort of respond with everyone who's there tonight. As staff's response noted, that this is very unusual to tie a project to a second offsite land use entitlement. So I'm curious if staff can kind of just give a really quick perspective on that, and also speak to, have we done this previously, given that it's unusual, sort of if so, when, and with what other projects?
It's unusual because we haven't done it with other projects.
Okay.
And typically we like to review project comprehensively with the entire whole of the project in front of the review authority. We have considered this type of project where there was an offsite parking lot across the street from the project, but we looked at that comprehensively as well.
Okay. And then can you also clarify just the timing for how this was built into the condition of approval, how that came to be? Because it seems like the timing has moved a little as well.
The timing of the condition itself, like within like what the building permit issuance, or just when it was created?
Of when it would have to, when it would have to be approved by, related to like building permit issuance, et cetera.
As written right now, the condition says that the offsite parking has to be entitled prior to building permit issuance. Originally, staff recommended prior to building permit application to ensure that the project is as close to, it doesn't incur too much cost or time for the developer before it moves forward, to ensure it's viable and can move forward. The applicant, as noted today, they're requesting that that be moved further back to certificate of occupancy. The condition as written also requires that the construction of the offsite parking occur prior to certificate of occupancy.
Certificate of occupancy. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And then condition 53, going back to the fence just for a minute here. Councilmember Pallavi already brought this up, but I just want to make sure I'm really clear on this. How is a condition of approval that uses somewhat subjective language like encourage evaluated? Like how can we know that the intent was met or not?
We typically ask for just correspondence with the neighboring property owner. It is not a very robust review of that condition if it can't be met, but we try to do a little bit of digging to make sure that there has been some communication with the neighbor.
Okay. And then very last question, because noise has come up a few times and we've received a lot of public comment related to noise as well. And I really appreciate the answer about, some of the other businesses that we've worked with for noise studies and things like that. We also do have a townwide noise ordinance. And I'm just hoping that you can also give a very, very concise statement of what that noise ordinance is, because that applies to any business in town, and not just businesses, of course, as well.
The noise ordinance has 2 levels based off of whether or not it's at 7 between the daytime hours, so 7 to 10 p.m., or nighttime hours, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And where nighttime hours are much more sensitive, and it's always measured at the receiving source. So uses like churches or residential uses are considered sensitive, so there's a lower threshold of what a neighboring use can reach in terms of noise decibels. And it considers also the ambient levels of noise within the community and within that site, and allows just a little bit more than what that ambient noise is. In the downtown, the ambient noise is fairly high, but it wouldn't be that much higher that they could actually get to with if they were allowed to add additional noise onto the site.
Okay, thank you very much, Yumi.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, I just have a few, and then we will take a short break and then start public comment. So staff, the rail yard master plan allows for 200 and some odd units. I can't remember. Are all of those allowed to short-term rent at this point? Should they be built?
Yes.
All of them. So there really isn't any way to distinguish between those other units and these units inside the hotel? Because they can also live there full-time or short-term rent them.
Yes.
I mean, that's the basis of that being a residential unit then.
Yes.
But this development agreement expires when?
At the end of next year.
The end of next year. And at that point, should something be built, they would, unless the development agreement is renewed or renegotiated, they would have to work within our short-term rental permit cap and restrictions. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'd say we'd also want to amend our rail yard master plan to remove that land use entitlement allowance.
Okay. Did you want to add something?
Nope, just smiling at my friend Yumi.
Okay, so we talked about this multiple times. I hate to beat a dead horse, but the applicant has agreed to securing this off-site parking for the excess cars that are not allowed, that we still don't know the number of because that decision hasn't been made. If they cannot secure these, or if, say, they secure them and the hotel is open, but suddenly those extra parking spaces are no longer available to them, that owner wants to use them for something else, what happens then?
Well, for the off-site parking spaces, they'd be required to be baked into the land use entitlement for that site. So if they wanted to remove that, that would be part of a project amendment for that site. And then that would have to be discussed at the planning commission level, or if it's small enough at the staff level review.
So it's more than just an agreement, it's a hook.
It's a condition of approval.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. My following questions are for the applicant, if you would, please. There seemed to be some back and forth about whether or not a single management structure was appropriate. It sounds like part of the conditions of the approval is a single management structure. Are you okay with that, or do you have some additional concerns that we should understand?
No, that's how we've structured it from day one. So we will have a single property manager for the hotel as well as the residential units. And I think that's the most efficient way of doing it.
Okay, great, thank you. One of the public comments, one of our many public comments, raised a concern about what happens with an evacuation notice and you have a bunch of hotel guests with their cars in the valet parking.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that. I think the challenge in answering that with specific detail is that we have to have conversations with the fire department, the police department, as well as other hotel owners, including the one that the appellant mentioned. I think that the biggest weakness of an evacuation plan is human behavior. And having access to and controlling the cars, I think, is a better option than having folks try to go get their cars in case there's congestion or any other issue. So as part of the parking management plan, we will definitely have a robust evacuation plan that's vetted by the fire department and the police department. But we do need, in a situation where there's an extreme emergency, we could potentially shuttle guests to a safe location rather than having guests go get their cars, for example. So I think having control over that in a situation where there needs to be some control over the human behavior is a better option than a fully self-park option.
Okay, thank you. So with the town had some very extensive comments on your draft parking plan. I thought they were very well done. I appreciate staff's thought and detail on that. And one of their comments is that advertising our opportunities like B-Cycle and TART Connect are good business strategies, but they aren't necessarily mitigation because those are our programs, and we hope that they continue and persevere, but we can't guarantee that. So if those programs go away, that is going to affect your parking plan. And I guess I just want to daylight that and get your thoughts on how you'll address it.
Well, I hope they don't go away. Hope there's no plan for them to go away. I think TART Connect and some of the other public systems in downtown are fantastic. I don't have a specific answer as to what I'd do if they do go away because we plan for them to be in place. In fact, that was one of the reasons why we were promoting not having a self-park program and having a valet program. Someone parking in a valet lot doesn't necessarily need their car throughout the entirety of their stay. But if they do, one of the suggestions potentially is having more staffing to get cars more often, which would increase vehicle miles traveled and potentially, create more congestion. But I think that's a question we can vet as we finalize the plan.
And I'm kind of fishing here, but, we feel like we do have a robust plan and a sustainable plan for continuing TART Connect, but at this point, not B-Cycle. Would you consider having a B-Cycle station out there and supporting it financially?
Yes.
I think we talked through the loading and unloading issue. Where would you procure your mass timber from?
We're actually having that conversation. I don't know if Mark can speak to that a little bit. Bobby's actually online. Bobby, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, so we've engaged already with a particular mass timber manufacturer who is kind of agnostic to where their timber comes from. It's a company called Structure Craft, and their base of operations is in Vancouver, but they treat mass timber as a market, and there's some mass timber suppliers that have their own forests, and they have this circular economy where they get their own trees from the forest that they manage, and it goes straight to their factory, and there's some great things about that. But we've had some conversations about, how do we support the local industry around Truckee, and want to see, if there's options for us to procure the lumber that goes into the mass timber panels from the local areas. And we think that would be a great story to tell at the hotel. And we'll have the dual benefit of being great for the people that stay there, and also good for the overall community. But it's definitely an option on the table, and as Rakesh was talking about, our selected supplier is more than capable of accomplishing it.
Yeah, I will add one more comment if that's okay. One of the considerations for where we source the timber is the CO2 emissions of actually transporting the timber from the location to the site. And so while mass timber may be able to be sourced and manufactured cheaper in a market like the Pacific Northwest or even Canada, the impact of transporting that mass timber to the location actually is part of the calculation. Right, so even if mass timber or the source or the species is more expensive to source in local forest, that doesn't necessarily mean it is the worst option for us.
Great, thank you for that. My last question, you've kind of led right into it. and this might be for Bobby, because in one of the planning commission meetings, you talked about the goal of embedded carbon. So I understand the mass timber, it has embedded carbon versus a carbon intensive process of the steel. So what other ways have you, or tactics have you planned to reduce the carbon or embed the carbon in this structure, both project and operationally?
Yeah, well, I'll just say a few words, Bobby, and then maybe you can speak to it. We are going to fully vet every opportunity through the design process. We're only in schematic design right now. And so the only decisions that we've had to make are things like structural material and steel, et cetera, and concrete. We do need to include some concrete and steel in the structure as a necessity, but we are looking at options for green concrete. There are some suppliers that actually provide green concrete. It's a little bit more expensive, kind of a niche industry, as well as some options on lower carbon or embodied carbon steel, although I think that industry is a little less advanced than maybe the concrete industry. But beyond just the embodied carbon in the building, we are looking at operational items, low flow water fixtures, a building management system where we can decide when and where HVAC is on, for example, energy efficient VRF mechanical systems, et cetera, and also just even the finishes, whether it's exposed mass timber in the building versus a drywall. That's an opportunity for us to decrease the carbon of the project. But I'll let Bobby speak more to that.
Yeah, and I'll just agree with everything that Rakesh has said. The mass timber as a choice in and of itself is a much lower embodied carbon material than concrete or steel due to its manufacturing processes, and concrete and steel both being very heat intensive, carbon intensive processes. But it doesn't stop there. In our selection of the exterior facade materials as well, using a natural wood material versus kind of a manufactured product is going to be lower carbon. The metal that we're using on the project, we're using formed metal, which is a thinner piece of metal. To get a nice metal, either you have like kind of a thick plate that's really rigid, and so it doesn't oil can, or you bend it, and that gives it a structure, and so we're using less material there. Rakesh talked about having less interior finishes because we're planning on exposing the structure. And so there's a lot of kind of things that work together in the greater concept of the building to achieve those goals.
Okay, thank you very much. Any addition? Yes.
No, Bobby, while we have you, how many times have you been to Truckee during the design phase of this project?
Just a couple of times. We've done, a lot of it remote, but yeah, I came out for the planning commission meeting, made a site visit.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from any of my council members? No. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 7:40. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We look forward to your public comment. We're going to get this meeting going again. We are very much so looking forward to your public comment. Right. Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. While you're taking your seats, I am going to frame this up just a little bit. Public comment is exactly that. We're opening up for you to speak for your support or opposition of the action that we are considering tonight. If you do want to make a public comment, because I assume there's a few of you, if you would please line up in front of the podium so we can keep these going rather quickly, because we do want to hear from all of you and be able to contemplate your comments. You will have 3 minutes, no more. It'll be timed over here. We do ask that you focus your comments on issues and facts and not people. Please state your name, and if you would please fill out a comment card in the back so we can accurately record your comments. All right, with that, please step forward, whoever is the first person to start, and let's. Okay, nobody wants to start first, but we've got you all here, so. That's perfect, everybody. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Welcome to you. Thanks for being here. I'm Laura Mello. I'm a landscape architect here in Truckee. I've been working with the town on various projects for almost 40 years, and we have had lots of experience with commercial and municipal and residential projects throughout the downtown. While I'm not opposed to the idea of a short-term rental or hotel project on this site, I think this is the massing's just too much. And I also think their application is incomplete. And I'm urging you to accept the appeal because we need to know more information before you can have it go forward. And that's really what it comes to. I do have some answers for you about dedicated parking lots. I've worked on several projects that were required to have a dedicated off-site spot for valet parking, and among them several other hotel projects. So a perfect example was East River Inn had to have a separate parking lot. The Hotel Avery project needed to have a separate parking lot. There have been some denied projects. There was a coffee enterprise that wanted to go in on South Shore Drive at Donner Lake, and they were going to have shared parking with the rec department. They were not allowed to do that, and so they've gone away. There's been several other projects where parking was required, and for us to have to share what limited parking we have throughout the downtown with a project that needs over 100 spaces, I just urge you to take a closer look at that. So with that in mind, my only comment is please just accept the appeal and get a more complete application. So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
It's Laura.
So sorry, Laura. You're right. That's what I said.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Zamitis. I'm a member and leader of the Church of the Mountains. We, as you know, are a very small historic community church with 3 buildings. The church, the parsonage, which is residential workforce housing, and another building, which is workforce housing. We're a small congregation, very little funding, very little resources, and as you probably know, we're working tirelessly to bring our campus back to the community space, and hope you've seen that campus being transformed. Beyond worship, we serve as a community space for youth and the arts and a vital sanctuary for this town. And as you may know, when disaster struck with the avalanche, the town turned to us to host a vigil and serve as a safe space for our grieving community. We're not a business. I think we've been talking about why businesses and have other businesses had these different exceptions. We are not a business. We are a church with 2 workforce housing that is directly behind the fence of this property. We want to continue continue serving Truckee, but this project, as conditioned places, overwhelmingly has issues for us structurally, financially, and logistically for our small congregation and the 2 residential buildings we have next to us. I want to address some of the questions that came from the council, and I do want to mention that this developer never reached out to us until they were required to do so, and even then, we spent 2 days with them, sharing with them our property, and then nothing came from those visits. You asked about if Bobby came to the town. Great that Bobby came to the town about the lumber, never came over to our campus. So unless you put a condition in there, they will not do it. So I'm please asking you for these following conditions. The transition, the corner, where you asked about where it's next to our building, the very back of their building that goes up 5 stories is right behind our fence, behind the 2 workforce housings that we have. Imagine me from to where this first council person is. This is how close the building goes up 5 feet or 5 stories, which is where exactly the same height as the artist lofts. The hotel's block light height needs to step down toward the Bridge Street and Truckee Way. The parking plan there's no parking plan. I don't know how we oppose or approve something without having parking. And if you've ever gone to Dopo or 50/50, you know that there's no parking over there. So just think about that next time you go get some pizza. The shade and the ice is a problem for us. It's a safety issue for us. We are a safe space, a very delicate space, as you mentioned. It's a CEQA issue for us for safety for our congregants, our elderly people walking across that street. It will be an ice rink when that shade comes over. The security fence you asked about, it's not for us, it's not about having a screening. It's about safety and privacy for the people that live right behind that fence. Imagine if we have my backyard and the hotel starts right there. There's nothing between. We've got a wood fence that we've been trying to keep up for years. You just lean against it, it's gone. We need a commercial grade fence because this hotel is coming into our neighbor and our residential area, and we need a commercial grade fence. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Celia Klein, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to start by saying that I support thoughtful growth in Truckee. I understand that our town will continue to evolve, and I believe redevelopment of the rail yard is an incredible opportunity, but development should honor the vision this community worked so hard to create. The rail yard master plan was developed with extensive public input. Residents spent countless hours participating in meetings and sharing their vision for a vibrant, walkable, mixed-use district that reflected the character of Truckee. The project, I don't think, is consistent with that vision. My biggest concern, not to beat a dead horse, is parking. The proposal includes a 60-room hotel, 2 restaurants, retail space, a fitness center, and 17 multifamily residential units. According to the town's own parking requirements, this type of development would require approximately 123 spaces, yet the project only has 19. We all know that leaves a deficit. So we obviously know now there isn't a plan for that yet. Anyone who spends time downtown already knows the parking is difficult. On weekends and during busy seasons, finding a place to park can take longer than finding a table. Visitors to the Truckee Lumberyard, local restaurants, and small businesses already have to compete for very limited parking. Adding a hotel without providing the parking doesn't make the need disappear. It shifts the burden to our existing neighborhoods, businesses, residents, employees, and visitors. Another concern is fairness. Why is town allowing such significant exceptions to its own master plan? Many longtime business owners, homeowners, have been required to remove improvements, spend thousands of dollars coming into compliance, or having been denied permits because structures didn't meet town standards, even when that work was completed decades ago, and in some cases before the town of Truckee was even incorporated. Yet when a large development comes forward, the rules suddenly become flexible or fuzzy. That creates the perception of a double standard. Rules should apply equally. If parking and building requirements are important enough for local homeowners and small business owners and coffee shops, they should also be important enough for large commercial developers. This isn't about being against a hotel. It's about asking for a project that respects the community process, follows the standards the town has established, and doesn't create long-term problems that future generations have to solve. I respectfully ask the council to require this project to fully comply with the rail yard plan and with the town's parking standards before moving forward. The Truckee deserves development that enhances downtown, not one that compromises the very qualities that make people want to live, work, and visit here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Celia.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Ireland, and I am pastor of Church of the Mountains. And I want to say thank you to Kathleen for saying everything I wanted to say. But I did want to put a personal face to this conversation because I am living in the house most immediately impacted by this development. And it literally will be just a few feet from my back door. My husband, Hank, is sitting over here. I didn't bring our dog, Sophie. But that raises the issue of the need for a fence. We went to the Planning Commission meeting and we presented all of our concerns at that time. I think we left that meeting feeling like our concerns really weren't taken into consideration, minimally, if at all. And I also left with the impression that the fence was going to be our responsibility rather than the developer who was coming in. So that is a concern for mine. I would really love to have some more outreach from the developer with the surrounding neighbors, and so that we can work together and collaborate and not be in this kind of adversarial situation. So I would, one of my neighbors is Kurt, and so I would ask that you grant the appeal until some of these things are worked out and we can move forward productively. I do not oppose the development, but I don't think it's ready to go. So a little bit of history. Long time ago, when Donner Pass Road was coming through, the property from the church, the part of the parsonage property was taken for that road. It feels like this project is encroaching on church property once again. So thank you for listening, and my time's up.
Thank you, Pastor Ireland.
Hello. My name is Ruth Cross, and I've lived here for a long time. The developer of the property has chosen to ignore the objective standards of the rail yard master plan, the Planning Commission's direction, the development code, and the town's design guidelines. The planning commissioners took an oath to honor the public's expectations that the general plan and other planning policies will govern development decisions in our jurisdiction. No issues in either meeting were discussed by the Planning Commission at the second meeting from the many letters sent to them or presented from the public during the two meetings. No meaningful changes requested after the first meeting were made or acknowledged by the developer after the first meeting, except adding 1,700 square feet of additional density. I don't understand why the town council rushed the permitting process with 91 plus outstanding issues and is not giving the community the opportunity to continue the process, which we started, and we were just getting into. I think, and why the commissioners were not allowed to independently mitigate the issues without council interference. And now we have 15 minutes to justify our concerns in the appeal process. A vote for the developer by the council will be setting a precedent. The developer has refused to make any significant changes until today by the town, commissioners, or residents. Just like the developer, the residents will not have to comply with requests they do not like from the planning department. Basically, residents should have the same standards as the developer to get a permit. I believe the council has shown willful blindness and capitulation in their desire to control the permitting of the hotel. Parking goals were clear in the master plan. Every car must have a space. No adverse impacts to the neighbors. No impacts to snow removal. Clear employee parking plan and specific valet locations. Approximately 123 spaces are needed, of which they have 19. The proposed mandatory valet for all guests and residents is operationally unrealistic and creates enforcement and congestion issues. The hotel's inability to accommodate its own parking shifts the burden into the public realm, which is already at max capacity. I can vouch for that because of the old lumber yard, and will be unfunded liability for future needs.
Thank you, Ruth.
Can I say one more thing real quick?
I'm sorry. We have to be equitable with everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, so my name is Heidi Kuzma. I grew up in Lake Tahoe. My grandfather was the first developer on the West Shore, and I've lived in Truckee since longer than I want to admit. And so I printed out this whole memo, notes here, and unfortunately, on my way out to my car, I dropped it, and I noticed that there are no page numbers. So I can't refer you to any particular spot. So I think, looking at these developers, I would be curious as to if any of them has spent more than one winter in Truckee, and last winter doesn't count. Because there are zero plans that I've found for snow removal. And looking just at the project with a roof going that way and another roof going that way, I've been associated with every single kind of building in Truckee, and that means ice dam. And so that kind of makes me think this is a little bit naive. And I would ask the other question, which is who is exactly going to scrape the windows and shovel the cars off when they're valet parked? Because that, as a person living without a garage, is often a 45-minute activity. Have you guys thought of this? There's that problem. There's also a problem if you have a circular driveway that goes in and goes out. Where do the snow go? Because there's a loading zone, but it's not big enough, and it can't go out in the street because the snowplow will berm it back up, and it'll be 15 feet high. And overnight, we often get a dump of 4 or more feet in Truckee. Are you guys aware of that? So there's been no talk about snow removal, and I really think this is an incomplete plan until that gets figured out, respectfully.
Thank you, Heidi.
Good evening, Stephanie Olivieri, Truckee. MAP submitted a letter to you that I think was excellent and really embraces most of my concerns. I want to read some of the highlights, but I'm speaking tonight as an individual, a business person and a property owner in the downtown. I've spent years, 30-some years, working to get development at the rail yard. And it was a tough slog. The town came together, the community came together and put together the rail yard master plan. And it took years, attending lots of meetings. Everyone cooperated, everyone compromised. And the plan before you, the rail yard master plan, which this is falling under, I think is an excellent plan, and it's still excellent. I disagree with Anna, who said at one meeting it was stale. I think it's still pertinent and excellent. And we're not following it with this project. The guidelines state that monolithic block-sized buildings are discouraged. Mass and scale should be varied, and transition should be created between the downtown extension district. The whole key here was to make it a seamless downtown extension between the old and the new, and to transition it under that guideline. This project does none of that. There is nothing about this building that speaks to the historic context of the downtown. So it does not follow the guidelines of the master plan. In fact, as stated in the staff report, building remains a block-sized building. This building's a block-sized building. It has no articulations that are not redundant. Everything on this building face is redundant. Specifically, the master plan does not allow that. It cannot be redundant, and this is. I also think that this community deserves a project that is approved after it provides a parking plan. Anyone else who's doing a project in this community has to provide the parking plan at the time of approval. Putting this off is unfair to the public, and it's unfair to you. You should know this parking plan is appropriate for this project, and you will not, because it's being deferred. They may find that they can't find land within the rail yard project. And if that's the case, they're going to have to find land outside of it, and that will trigger a CEQA requirement. So there are a lot of issues you should remember.
Thank you,
Thank
Stephanie.
you.
Are there any additional public comments?
Good evening, Siobhan Smart. I live in the downtown core. I have properties there. I have a business there, and I'm fully in support of this project. So I want to talk about just a couple of things really fast. The dangerous shadow concern. I mean, we live at 6,000 feet. Snow, ice, low winter sun, that's not a crisis, that's a Tuesday. Truckee manages winter conditions across every street, sidewalk, and round about all year long. It's going to be okay. Parking has been an issue for the longest time, but parking and what they're asking for is built into the rail yard plan. It was supposed to be a shared parking. So I get that people are upset because parking has been an issue since I have lived here, and I'm on my 30th year. The other issue is I want to be careful with the comparison that the appellate made, although I can appreciate it. Everline is a 400-plus unit mega resort. This is an infill project meant for people to walk, and I think that the MAD comparison is just not quite fair. I don't think it's reasonable because we're trying to differentiate between hotel spaces and housing, and I think that it's clearly defined by the rail yard plan, and we shouldn't decide that they're all one because of who owns the actual unit. So if I go in and buy a piece, or I stay at the hotel, or whatever it is, that you clearly have 60 hotel units and 17 housing units. And that's all.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Yes.
Welcome.
I'm Dan Firepine, and I have a house directly across the south elevation, across on East River Street. And I'm a relative newbie to Truckee, so I don't really have a lot of grounds to be up here, and I respect everything that everybody has said. I generally am very pro-development if it's done well. I think that European city-style pedestrian engagement on the ground level of residential facilities is amazing and makes everybody's life better. But I am right on the fence because, and my only thing to hang my hat on is parking, because I can't say I don't like the project. So what I don't like is I have so little trust that the city or the commission will do the right thing for preservation of the feel of the old part of Truckee. And that is illustrated by the building to the east of your proposed project that I think leaves a lot to be desired. And the reason I bring up parking is because I could imagine you guys saying, fine, between the two buildings in that lot that has a big for sale sign, you're just going to decide to put up a parking lot, like a 5-story parking garage. And there's nothing at all that says that's not going to happen as their way for meeting parking. And I would like to see them build the building, have it successful, have lots of lights on. I don't mind jazz coming across at 9:30 p.m. Amplified. I don't mind like a really tasteful place that makes more people want to come to Truckee and use and patronize all the businesses. I want that, but I just don't trust you guys. I'm sorry. A lot of you are probably great people, and many of you probably didn't make the decisions about the building to the east. But that was such a mess up. This building is pretty attractive. And considering it's a block-sized building, I want to support it. But my only thing to hang my hat on is show me the full plans before we sign off on it. That's it.
Thank you, Dan, and welcome. You have just as much reason and justification to stand up there and speak to us as anybody who's been around here even longer. And I do hope that you stick around long enough to build trust with us. Yes.
Hi, my name's Nikki Peterson. I'm the Executive Director with the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. I am fortunate enough to represent our historic downtown merchants, and also I have the pleasure of working really closely with the town. I think the biggest thing right now is we love the idea of people coming to stay overnight. I know you guys have made some adjustments to add retail space. We know how important it is to have activation on the ground level and the walkability to draw people towards that downtown. But I think the parking, just like so many others have said, is the biggest issue. We've been working with the town right now, and the parking program doesn't even go to the town council meeting until September 8th. So we don't even know if those valet spots are going to be approved yet, and your plan still is really incomplete. Both meetings I've been to, the Planning Commission and this one, you've talked about like the idea of a parking plan, but we need to know if it's not going to be in the rail yard district, where is that parking going to be? And we really need to have more concrete details so that we know it's actually going to happen before occupancy. So I think right now that's our biggest concern, is just having that full parking plan before it gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. I'm going to pause for anybody else that's interested in making a public comment. We welcome you to the podium. Okay, seeing none, I am going to close public comment. Thank you, everybody. I'll bring it back to council for deliberation.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you want to go with a couple of questions? I do have just a little framing before we jump into deliberation.
Can I jump in real quick? We do need to have the rebuttal.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. Appellant, we have Mr. McGrath, you have 5 minutes. 5. Yes.
I wish I had 15.
And then we'll do a couple more questions and then deliberation. Okay.
Hey, Kurt, if you need to go through the slides, you have a clicker up there now.
Oh, we do? Cool.
Apologize for not having that earlier.
I think that says it all. All right, here we go. I want to thank you again tonight, Council, for giving an opportunity to be heard. And I did listen to your suggestions, so I took down a few notes. One of the mentionings was that, well, let's just build a big fence. Well, nothing that was ever brought up is this particular lot. The entire west side is under HPAC's jurisdiction. So we're not allowed to have anything higher than 4-foot fence, and it has to be open and all these other things. So it would be lovely, but it's not up to our decision, and I guess we'd have to get HVAC for that. A couple other things before I get into my closing statement. The shading analysis that supposedly we're hanging our hat on doesn't have has nobody's credentials on it, no title block. So who prepared it? I mean, was it a professional? We don't really know. Nobody's putting their name to it, so I find that interesting. Also, outdoor amplified noise. I don't know how amplified they can be, but literally my back of my house, and that's going to be the park. It's 6 feet away, so I don't know how much more noise they're going to be able to make. But anyways, now I'm going to get in my closing statements. After hearing concerns raised by our group and members and the people in the public here today, it is clear that there are significant unanswered questions and areas of incompleteness to this project. The standards must be fully addressed before the project moves forward, and these are not minor details, and they should not be simply left for staff to figure out later. The community deserves a transparent review of whether this project actually complies with the rail yard master plan and the town's adopted standards. This parcel, with the proposed 81,000 square foot development, it was one of the most discussed and carefully considered parcels in the railroad master plan over the many years of public input. It is a crucial connection between the historic downtown and surrounding neighborhoods and the new rail yard development. Many of the guidelines and standards were directly created to ensure this development of this area respects and strengthens that connection. We cannot lose the public input and decision-making by allowing unresolved issues to be determined solely by staff review. The Railroad Master Plan was created through a public process with community input and oversight. Decisions regarding scale, mass, and compliance with the project is with significance. You should be you, our elected representatives, should be the authority on that. The staff report itself raises serious concerns. It states that the Public Works Director and the Community Director would now have the authority to change minimum standards, or the development could exceed minimum rail yards requirements, and that the parking master plan would ultimately be reviewed and approved by the Public Works Director alone. That is especially concerning because this project does not yet have finalized parking or even a development agreement, and there's no parking implementation plan to address the parking and loading, which comes back to, I'm really surprised you guys didn't talk about the problem that they have one loading zone and they're required to have 5 or 4.6. So I don't know how they're going to figure out that logistics in snowstorms. Oh, we have construction year round, so I don't know how they're going to be on this perfect schedule, because none of us can be. So, in fact, anyways, I can wrap it up with, we've elected you, the town council, to represent us in the community and you to be the authority on these important and significant projects. We are asking you, please protect the public access and that created by the Railroad Master Plan to ensure that these adopted standards are actually being applied through a transparent public review. And for all these reasons, we respectfully ask council to deny the project as currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. We do not have anything further from the applicant, correct? That is not in my notes that we have anything further, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. I know each council member has a couple more questions, so we'll go through those. But let's hold on deliberation, because I want to make sure that we kind of have a framing of what topics we're going to discuss, because we haven't had a chance to deliberate or discuss. So far, we've only asked questions. So, Councilmember Pallavi?
Yeah, I just want some clarification on the parking numbers. So, within the shared parking district, and I've been a part of this since day one. And within that shared parking district, this project and any project in the downtown extension zone has the ability to utilize as many spaces as are required by this said project of the shared parking pool. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
So in reality, this addition of the parking management plan, the requirement of valet, the valet service, is not a requirement that the town has put on. That's a functional requirement that the project applicant has asked for, correct?
I think it was a combination. I think in order to make the findings for the development permit, we thought that a valet parking plan and an off-site parking and the conditions of approval that are in the resolution were necessary.
And just to jump in on that, if it weren't for this development agreement, under current state law, they wouldn't have to provide any parking other than accessible stalls.
For this particular project, because a hotel use is part of the project, it would still be required to meet our town
Not on-site. They could provide them all off-site, correct?
Depending on how the parking standards are drafted once the development agreement goes away.
Okay.
Only the housing projects that can get away with no parking, basically. So I want to be really clear. So it's really the COA, the condition of approval, that's been negotiated that is governing this parking issue. It's governing the valet requirement of a certain number, and it's governing the off-site parking of a certain number. But otherwise, just for everybody's complete understanding, the total spaces constructed, exactly what it says here, are considered a bank for all future development. And I was a planning commissioner at the time, and we are all of the understanding at that time that at some point that space constraint was going to run out. And this is a sort of, we've backed ourselves into a first come, first serve type of atmosphere with this parking structure that we have created.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's a really important point. These are negotiations that have taken place over 20 years to get to that shared parking bank. And we'll get into deliberation, and I'll say a few more things on parking in a second. But I wanted to be really clear about that. I'd also like some clarification on the fence. I think this is also starting to get just super muddied. And I really want to understand, can the project proponent put up a fence? Can the church can everybody put up a fence of different degrees depending on the materials and heights and things? And if a fence were actually required as a condition of approval, HPAC doesn't have that authority to say no. They're just an advisory body. So I don't understand why HPAC issue continues to get involved. So can you clarify, where can a fence be if there were to be a fence built? What would the height of said fence be, depending on where it's built? And why, I guess at the end of the day, I mean, I know why we're not requiring a fence of the project proponent, because we don't require fences. That's not something we do. But maybe just some clarity on the fence issue. We do require fences for screening purposes, for trash, receptacles, et cetera. And I believe that's already in the plan, right? So can you give us some clarity on this, on the fencing piece,
Yes.
please?
We can require fencing. We do require fencing for some uses, like contractor yards. Fencing, if the fencing was proposed, fencing could be allowed on either side of the property line. So if it was proposed on the hotel side, the rail yard master plan only allows a 4-foot maximum height. It doesn't really have any real criteria about what the materials are aside from what the design guidelines say, which is probably wood, which we'd have to revisit. Metal would also likely be approvable. And then on the other side, on the HPAC side, on the historic district side, fencing is allowed. I believe all of those projects are located within, all those sites are located within the downtown mixed-use zoning district, and they are technically all mixed-use projects, not standalone residential. So they would be allowed to have there isn't a setback requirement. So they could technically have a 6-foot tall fence, but they would be subject to historic design review, which would go to HPAC because it doesn't meet our streamlined fence requirements, since it would likely be a solid fence, and our historic guidelines support open fencing. So it'd be something that's a little bit outside of our historic design guidelines. Ultimately, if that's the only thing that's being asked, it'll be the review by the community development director, who'll be the ultimate review authority for just a fence on the historic district side.
I mean, just to add what Yumi's saying, like, this is just an unusual situation because you have two different regulations that are against each other. We don't really have this in a lot of situations. Like, mostly we're dealing with stuff that's wholly in the historic district, very clear what those requirements are. Where here we have historic district requirements up against rail yard master plan requirements. So that's why. And that's where that condition came from, about encouraging to work together. And we even talked about fencing as an art piece. I mean, we went through many discussions with the Planning Commission about that. So that's why we kind of landed on the encourage to come up with something that could work for both properties, recognizing that they're just different uses and different aesthetics.
Can we as a council supersede that whole process and just say, we want to let them build a fence?
No. You still have to comply with your standards.
So they could go through those standards, and if they don't comply, they could appeal to us, and then we could say, build the fence.
The council has to comply with the standards that you've established. So you couldn't, for example, say, that fence should be 6 feet high instead of 4 feet. Just do it. You have to live with your standards.
No, but we were trying to think outside the box, and art has often come into play of something that's, interesting. That could we create something that wasn't quite a fence, but would achieve the purpose of screening, privacy, distinction between the two properties. So that's where we were going with this encourage condition.
I remember that from rewatching the Planning Commission twice. It's, it is very fuzzy.
And yes, Danielle's correct. If you can come up with something that isn't a fence, but might resemble a fence functionally in some ways, sure.
Did you have more questions, Councilmember Palladio?
Can we change the word encourage?
In the responses to questions, there was a question directly about this condition. I noted that you could potentially require that the applicant work with the neighbor to design, entitle, finance a fence on their property with their permission. So ultimately, the decision would be the property owner whether or not the fence could be erected in the design, if that works for them. But it could be, if they ultimately say no, then they would have to provide that information to us saying that the neighbor said no.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have an answer for me on my fuzzy airport shuttle and other transportation opportunities?
Yes, the way it's currently written is fuzzy.
Yes.
The airport shuttle, the car service are all part of what's described as the incentive, the Alternative Transportation Incentive Program, which requires them to have it, but doesn't have any object standards for those. I think our recommendation for that would be to implement some objectivity into it. And I think a way that we could do that would be, as part of the monitoring plan, require them to report based on the demand against the 60 spaces that they've identified. And if they're finding that they are needing 62 spaces some quarters and 64, and they're not able to, they haven't provided the capacity there, that would kind of initiate the Public Works Director to require them to implement different measures to reduce that demand, which might be more funding towards shuttle. It could be an additional car service. Could be
funding a B-cycle station.
Sure.
Whatever it might. Do you have a prepared condition of approval that will reflect that for us when we get to that point? Or can you work on that in the meantime while we deliberate?
I will work on that.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Romack.
I just had a question about snow and snow removal. I know that was brought up by a public commenter. Is there any, I mean, I know a lot of it is covered, is kind of my understanding. Is there a snow removal plan yet? Is that part of a future effort that would happen? Just trying to understand that.
Sure.
I'll go to Scott first and then happy to.
Yeah, great question. So the majority of the parking and drive aisles are under overhangs. However, there is a section of the drive aisle, the north-south drive aisle, that is open to the elements. That section is proposed to have hydronic heating in it, which is an allowable alternative to a snow removal plan. An example of this would be the Artist Lofts has this exact same system on their property where the whole center parking lot area is all hydronically heated, which provides that snow removal, meets the snow removal needs for that. And then the sidewalk around the building is all part of the Rail Yard Community Facilities District, which is paid for by the private properties, ultimately maintained by the town. So between those two combinations, that's how the snow removal is being accommodated for the project.
Thank you. And did you want to add anything to just on the snow removal topic?
I would just say that goes hand in hand of how we optimize the site plan to get the most parking we could on the site. If we were to leave 10-foot minimum dimensional for snow storage, it would have sacrificed parking. And as you can tell with the site plan, we optimized parking as most as we possibly could with the circulation of where our access points are. And to Palivi's, why I'm up here, the loading, unloading parking up there, that's in a hydronic area, and that'll have hydronic heating for a sidewalk that goes and connects that area as well. So that went hand in hand with optimizing the parking.
Thank you.
And it's policy, but with a V.
That was all I had.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Thank you. Two just, I hope, really quick follow-up questions. So the first, shading. I'm hearing from the applicant the shading criteria has been met. I'm hearing from the appellant the shading criteria has not been met. I just want staff to clarify very succinctly what our regulations or standards are related to shading, and if staff's perspective is that that has been met or not. That's my first question.
Yes, staff believes that the requirement has been met. There is a requirement to do a shade analysis as part of the Rail Yard Master Plan, but the analysis is a tool, it says, to aid in optimizing solar exposure, but there aren't really any real objective standards on what needs to be reduced or what needs to be mitigated in order to meet the intent of the analysis or the requirement.
So those don't exist within the Rail Yard Master Plan at all?
Yes, it's a discretionary, it would be a subjective review.
Okay, thank you. And then just related to parking, because I know that's come up a lot tonight, I just want to clarify, this isn't sort of, if there is an approval tonight, it's not just free reign on parking. A parking plan still has to be reviewed. Any identified lots still have to go through entitlements, et cetera. Can you just clarify that process for me and everyone here tonight? And I know you've all stayed very late, so thank you.
So there's two parts. The first part would be that the offsite parking would be required to get land use entitlements. It would either be an amendment to the existing land use entitlement if there's a use already on site, or it'd be a brand new land use entitlement. And then it would have to either go through zoning clearance, staff level review, or planning commission level, depending on the scope of the whole project. There are specific parameters within the conditions of this project that would need to be met. If they can't meet that minimum criteria, then it would require an amendment of this project as well. If they, the second part of the condition is that they would have to do a parking management plan, and as written right now, it'll be reviewed by the Public Works Director to ensure consistency with all of our questions and concerns and transportation demand strategies that we've identified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we done with questions then? Okay, so before we jump into deliberation, I'd like to just say we have a project that has been extensively reviewed, not only by everybody sitting here, but also by our 5-member planning commission twice. They meticulously crafted dozens of conditions of approval, so I thank them for their service. We have seen that the applicant has demonstrated extensive adjustments and agreed to all 84 conditions of approval, with one requested adjustment on the timing of the parking management plan, correct?
Yes, the timing of the parking management plan as well as flexibility around ground floor adjustments.
Correct. So we're here to decide first if this project has merit. So I know we all have things that we might want to change or deliberate about on this project, but before we go down any of those rabbit holes, I just want to do kind of a straw poll. Does anybody feel like they cannot make the findings presented by staff to approve this project with or without amendments? Do you feel that you cannot make the findings presented by staff with or without amendments? We could make more adjustments, but that's kind of the first pass question that I feel like we have to make sure we're all on the same page. Otherwise, going into the deliberation of each of these items doesn't really make sense. So does anybody feel they cannot make the findings that staff has stated with or without amendments? Nope. Nope. Vice Mayor Henderson? Okay. Then, given that, we have lots of things that we could talk through about the specifics of the project. Yumi presented very specifically on parking and design, but we have discussed a lot of other things this evening, and she had a whole list of alternative things we could deliberate about. So the next question is, what of those topics do we feel we need to further deliberate or discuss or adjust conditions of approval? Do we want to talk more about parking? Yes. Okay, let's talk about parking, and then we'll go on from there and see what else we need to discuss, if we need to discuss the density or the design or any of those other things. Okay. Given the conditions of approval that we have, and the draft parking management plan with the extensive staff commentary, which it was extensive and I thought very detailed and intelligent, what further do we need to establish or correct or adjust on that? Go ahead.
I'm happy to jump in. I really appreciate everyone's comments around parking. I know folks brought up DOPO and 50/50, and we hear challenges around parking. Also appreciate Councilmember Pallavi, you acknowledging that this was intended to be a bank. But I do think parking is still a big issue. And, you know, there were some public comments submitted in advance, and I heard it tonight from the appellant too, of concern over the parking management plan being reviewed at a staff level. I would like to see it come back to Planning Commission, a parking management plan, to give the public another opportunity. I really appreciate the applicant, and yes, you've listened and you've made changes, and really appreciate that. But I think this would be another opportunity for, again, the public to be able to understand what's being outlined in the parking management plan, and again, have an opportunity to weigh in. And then I would prefer going back to staff's recommendation of when the parking management plan would have to be finalized, which I believe was at the building permit application. Or building permit submission? No, building permit approval. There we go.
That's the current condition, but he is asking for a certificate of occupancy.
Right, but that is different than what Planning Commission had said as well, right? They recommended a different, yes.
The parking management plan has always been prior to certificate of occupancy. building permit issuance, the off-site parking has changed and was originally prior to building permit submittal.
Got it. And I guess would staff, I guess in my head, I view a parking management plan going hand in hand with an off-site parking plan, but maybe I am viewing that incorrect, but I'm seeing staff shake their head.
Because of the entitlements, they are kind of inextricably linked, but it's
Right.
a separate process.
Yeah, okay. So that would be, again, my recommendation. I know everybody's worked very hard to try to find solutions and work on things, but that's what I would recommend.
Maybe I'll just chime in real quick. Just, yes, to confirm, staff's recommendation is to maintain it prior to building permit issuance so that it's guaranteed before the building permit's issued and they break ground. So.
Go ahead.
Thanks, chomping at the bit on that one. I'm going to take the opposite stance from you, unfortunately. And the reason why is sort of what I highlighted before is this train wreck has been coming, and it has unfortunately been planned for. And the reason why we're seeing overflow parking in other downtown areas right now is because people just simply aren't willing to walk, right? Like, there's plenty of available parking. It's just a block and a half away from the old lumber yard, and there's a nice big dirt lot there that's just not roped off, right? And it's the same sort of issue that happened on Jaboom Street. Everybody parked on the dirt lot on Jaboom Street. All of a sudden, it was chained off, and then people started using actually the regulated parking that it was meant to be part of. The reason why I'm willing to side with the developer's request here is a couple of reasons. One, their offsite parking is slightly out of their control. And if they have to wait for their building permit, they only have 2 years to get a building permit, or else their entitlements are going to expire. That's an accurate statement, right? Just before we could dive any deeper, 2 years for entitlements, right?
Foundations in the ground within 2 years.
Right. So if we're holding them hostage to that kind of regulatory burden, it sort of just like continues to be money wait, right? This is sort of, it just brings back the artist lofts. It brings back every project in this town. Every year of delay is going to sacrifice aesthetic. It's going to sacrifice function. It's going to sacrifice some of the tools and pieces that they are trying to make this project special with, that they are trying to have it stand out to be a cornerstone hotel in our community, which is important. This is an important site, and I don't want to degrade the value of the site. I'm going to speak of the artist lofts not as the people who are there and the people that we are so lucky to serve who get to live there, because that's an entirely different conversation. But the reason why it looks the way it does, there were originally porches on the artist lofts. There was originally 40 plus parking spots associated with the artist lofts. There was a heck of a lot more value in that project, and time whittled away at it and killed it, and everything got more expensive. And that's why everybody comments about not liking it, because it lost all of the character that it was actually entitled with. Right? Staff, help me out here. We were all there. Danielle, you were there with me. Come on. Like, that's what happened. And any developer, and these guys are sitting in front of us for item 7.4. They're not going to say anything right now, but I can guarantee you every year costs $1 million minimum. And so if we're putting all of these contingencies on it, we're sacrificing that. Now, on the flip side of that, the amount of risk that these guys are taking on by waiting to certificate of occupancy If they've built a building and they have 5 willy-nilly planning commissioners, who knows who's going to be serving, who say, ha ha, screw you. We never liked that project to begin with. We are never going to approve your parking plan. Sorry. That's $40 million plus in risk that they're willing to take on with that uncertainty down the road. I'd be shaking in my boots. So there's a lot of risk on both sides here is the reality. And that's why I'm willing to allow for that delayed certificate of occupancy, because it's going to take time. And furthermore, this entire valet residential overnight parking permit, we haven't even heard it yet. So we could be the roadblocks. It could take us another 2 years to get there.
And they're willing to take that risk.
And that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to disagree with Councilmember Romack, and I would be okay with the applicant's desire for that delayed certificate of occupancy on the parking plan, personally.
Any other adjustments to the parking plan?
To the parking plan,
now that you've got that off your chest.
I want Scott. I just want Scott's language in that condition of approval. When we get there, the parking management plan and alternative transportation effectiveness will be evaluated annually based on the results of the monitoring plan. Exceed the estimated right. Great. Will be required to the satisfaction of the Public Works Director. I'm very comfortable with that and feel like that is much more specific in terms of. And so, are we going to eliminate the whole like airport service and car shuttle, or we're going to leave it and we're just going to say those are the things that we're looking at?
Our recommendation would be to keep that condition as is with all of the considerations and then add that additional 2 sentences in there.
Okay.
Because they still have the potential for needing more parking, so they still have to provide incentives between the different uses.
Yeah.
Hotel, resident, restaurant.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that it's
Okay.
It's an issue. I think it is a big issue, but I'm comfortable with that revised condition of approval. And on the other side, I'm comfortable with providing that extra leniency on the parking plan.
Thank you.
So I understand we're in disagreement on the parking management plan. I would say, Scott, I appreciate that language and the stuff about the airport shuttle. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with leaving the car service in there. To me, that seems like non-compatible with all the goals we try to have of getting people out of single occupancy vehicles. So I think airport shuttle makes a lot of sense, bring people here without their vehicle. But if we have something in there, like trying to get them to do a car service, that seems odd to me.
I think that was specific to getting people to the resorts and to the lake and some of the other areas that are maybe not as consistent with our public transit system, was my understanding.
I guess I still worry that including that again is
Antithetical
instead of
to
focusing on helping support our regional public transit system to continue to ensure there are opportunities, saying to get to the lake, saying develop a car service that will add more cars to the road.
I don't think we're prohibiting them from adding a car service as a private entity. And I think where you're going is like, let's take it out of there as like an actual means of
condition
mitigation
of approval.
or condition of approval, and just say like, hey, you want to provide a car service because your guests are asking for it. That's something you can do as a private entity and choose to do that. It's a value. It's an amenity.
Increased
it's
level of service.
at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Let's let Vice Mayor Henderson chime in on our parking discussion. Would you like to join us?
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. I want to start, I just want to say a couple of things really quickly, and then I promise I'll jump right into parking. I know I'm not there with you all in person tonight, but I really appreciate everyone who submitted public comment. We had a lot of public comments that came in over the last few days, and especially this morning and this afternoon. And I know I've said this before when we've had, items that sometimes feel tough for our community come in. You're here because you care. You care deeply about our community. And I think that's true of everyone in the room. And I know it's true of myself as well. We do the work that we do because we care so deeply. And I also really want to say something directly to the folks here from Church of the Mountains, because I don't think it should go unsaid tonight. In February, which you've talked about this evening, after we lost 9 of our neighbors, I was the one who reached out to you. I asked you to open your arms and your doors to this community in one of the worst weeks that Truckee has ever had. And you said yes without hesitation. You provided meals, counseling, doors that stayed open when people had nowhere else to go. And I just want you to know I don't take that lightly. We're not hearing from strangers tonight. We're hearing from community members who I respect very deeply, and community members who I know care very deeply about this community and give so much to this community. Just as I hope you see that in your council members as well, that we care deeply about this community. On parking specifically, let me talk a little bit about where I sort of land on this one and give a little bit of a rationale for it. I think that some of staff's answers tonight confirmed the commission already loosened this timing, loosened the timing specifically once from sort of entitling that offsite lot before the applicant can even submit for a building permit to before permits are issued, and also confirmed that the number of offsite spaces could shift, right? They could shrink depending on if and what we adopt for valet permits, hopefully this September, but as Councilmember Pallavi noted, that's not a guarantee, right? When things come to council, things can shift. So hopefully that will come this fall and we'll be able to move forward with that. But what those things signal to me is really that this condition is meant to flex with our own future decisions, particularly around the valet permit system. And what I don't want to do is to punish an applicant for a number that we ourselves haven't even fully set yet, because we haven't had that conversation fully. Sort of given all of these different factors, I am more aligned with Councilmember Pallavi on this, moving that timing out even a bit more so that grading and building permits can issue for a spring 2027 construction start if that is the applicant's intention. As Councilmember Pallavi commented, every year that we can't break ground on projects, we lose some of the value of those projects. And he gave an example of exactly how that's taken shape in our community. At the same time, holding firm that every parking space this project needs, or whatever final count we set in the fall based on wherever we land on valet, has to be fully secured. It has to be fully operational before a certificate of occupancy is provided, before a single guest checks in. I think that strikes a bit of a balance, and that it keeps the town's protection completely intact. It keeps our community's protection intact, and it also stops us from losing a construction season to a number that isn't final yet. It doesn't mean that we lose our oversight on parking. I really want to reiterate that tonight, because we don't. We retain it. That oversight also isn't a formality. It's a real second look. It's a look at how many valet permits get issued, how, some of the issues that folks in public comment brought up tonight or in their letters. How does that retrieval work during a snowstorm? What happens during Truckee Thursdays? Supporting and aligning with Councilmember Pallavi on this, our vote or our perspective on parking, it doesn't hand the applicant a blank check on parking. To me, it really holds the line on when they have to prove that offsite lot is real, if they have to go down that path. And it leaves sort of a further separate check on how the whole system actually functions, again, before a single guest ever pulls up to that hotel. So that's where I am on parking. And again, just really want to thank everyone who's there this evening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On that issue specifically, I'm just glad we didn't have to try to arm wrestle a 2-2. I am supportive of the condition being shifted to the certificate of occupancy. I agree with what both my fellow council members just talked about. So I do think, though, that we did have one more thing we wanted to look at with parking in terms of the red zones on Church Street. Did you want to raise that question, Councilmember Romack?
Yeah, I believe we received a public comment in writing and just asked if
Let me have that slide pulled up. Thank you.
Yeah, the spots on Church Street would also be included in the red zone, which would be where valet parking would not be allowed. Is that what the red is showing? Or Scott, did you have something?
Yeah, the way that the condition writes, and I don't know what this exhibit is necessarily describing, but the yellow areas, the way the condition reads that use of the public right-of-way, which would be those yellow spaces, to transfer vehicles to valet service is prohibited. So there's no intention of allowing any part of the valet service operational transfers to happen in the public right-of-way. It would all need to happen on property, likely in those loading zones as they enter in the driveway area, and then just the dedicated area that will be presented to council at the next council meeting in September. So I don't think that Public Works has any, and Becky can chime in if she wants, any concern with all of those areas being red areas. Again, I'm not very familiar with this exhibit per se, but no intentions of allowing valet operations to occur in those yellow areas.
So adding red to the spots on Church Street, there would be no issue with that because you wouldn't envision those being allowed anyway as part of a valet program. But I would say might as well, if my fellow council members are agreeable to that,
we want to be clear.
We want to be clear
want
to
to
put
document it.
Yeah, to document that.
Okay. Are there any further comments, questions, or contributions to the parking discussion? You good? Okay.
Is it clear that the parking management plan is still coming back to staff? I know Councilmember Romack had suggested Planning Commission.
Thank you, Jen. Where do you stand with that, sir?
I'm pretty comfortable with staff, mostly because we're going to already have dictated the valet plan. We're going to have We're going to have set policy about the valet plan. We're going to have set policy about the overnight parking, where, how, and all of that. So I feel like the guardrails are going to be there, and really staff's job is going to be like, is there an offsite plan? Okay. Does it meet the valet plan? Okay. And they're going to be able to have that purview. So I'm comfortable with staff making that call because I feel like the guardrails are going to be there for them to be able to make it. And I think that's really going to be our job over the next 6 months, whenever, as this comes back to us, is to make that really clear and not have any fuzziness associated with it.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
I agree with Councilmember Pallavi.
I would like to just clarify, the spreadsheet with the condition and the staff comments, that was really well done. And there's a lot of detail in there. So I just want to clarify that the intention with this final parking management plan is going to address all those comments. That is the intention.
That's correct.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm comfortable with staff doing it because that is really thorough and it's really clear and it's addressed all of my concerns and all the concerns that I've seen in written and verbal comments. So if you haven't had a chance to read that spreadsheet, I highly recommend it. I can't remember if it's attachment number 4 or 5 or whatever, but it's in there. It's very specific. So we'll go with staff review. Until or unless there's not the ability to reconcile those conditions. And then it would go to Planning Commission.
Yeah, I would say if there's any sort of like disagreement, then Planning Commission can be a review authority if
They
needed.
can specify the conditions. The applicant can say, we don't think that's reasonable. We want to appeal it to Planning Commission. Okay.
And just to confirm timing, so 36A is the one that is describing the land use entitlements for the offsite parking area. That's the one that council would like to adjust the timing on to certificate of occupancy, correct? Versus, and the overall parking management plan that includes a valet and that type of stuff, that sticking with the same condition timing on that one, or the same?
I was suggesting moving everything to COO.
Okay. I don't see why we can't have that part done with submittal of approval of building permits.
I just really worry waiting on everything till that far along, which I know I'm not in alignment with my fellow council members.
So we're just saying offsite. So you guys are suggesting offsite until COO, but the valet and the other pieces.
The management plan, the
Management
addressing
plan.
all of those comments, that should be resolved when by the time they pull their building permits. That seems reasonable. It's the
Can we put it-
entitlement process for these off-sites that I'm concerned about dictating that before building permits because they haven't even broken ground yet. And I agree with all that you said. That makes sense?
It does, yeah. I just don't want us to be the holdup then. So I would give us a deadline of like December 31st or something like that to have all of our ducks in a row and be able to express what the valet plan has to look like, what a residential
Why
parking
won't we have it
permit-
September 8th?
We might not agree.
We
It
might
might
need
get
more
continued.
time.
Yeah,
We might
we
have,
might.
I mean, I think that's coming, I don't know. I mean, it's a self-imposed deadline and, you know.
But we're talking about building permit issuance. But yeah, you're right. We could be the holdup there. And if that's the case, I think.
I'm just trying to make sure we're not, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have to commit to having that in place then by December 31st to, you know, be able to, for them to move forward, or at least some sort of concurrent, like they could be working on a parking management plan, they can submit their permits. It's just the issuance piece maybe that has to be.
And that really comes down to a number. There's a lot more complexity to that plan. That's what I want to see worked out before building permit issuance. And then there's a number that gets plugged in.
I'm
based
okay
on
with,
our valleys.
I'll meet you on issuance. I think
Okay.
that's actually fair because I think that still allows us 8 months to get something done because issuance doesn't need to happen until March or April anyway. So
Vice Mayor Henderson, how do you feel about that distinction between the two?
I think those are great compromises. Thank you.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Romack? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Parking. Thank you. We're done. So, what other areas or conditions of approval do we want to discuss or areas to deliberate? Do we have any concerns with the density? We've had a lot of public comments on that. I think we've been really clear about the differential between residential and the hotel.
and I think it meets the overall density issues of both the rail yard and the site. That site, the rail yard is designed to accommodate those types of densities and uses and numbers.
And the key here is those, they're calling them hotel condo units. They could be full-time residents, or they could be short-term rented continuously, or kind of anything in between. And that those numbers that the rail yard master plan allowed for a certain number of units, and those are available to them. That also kind of speaks to something I've been meaning to touch on is this piece of property is an incredibly valuable piece of property when you look at it, because it comes with entitlements for 60 hotel units, and now they've been able to claim 17 residential units, and it has parking already built, and streets and curbs and gutters and sidewalks. And so as much as I know it's hard to see this big of a change in this specific location, as much as I would love to see a native garden here, the rail yard master plan envisioned something very different, and this piece of property is part of a bigger vision that happened before I was elected and before I could have had that influence. I'm not sure that any of that could have changed given the dynamics of that deliberation. But I just want to speak to those people that have asked for that this should really be a park or a native plant garden. That's not within our purview. That's not something we can dictate, because somebody owns this piece of land and they have a right to develop it to its highest and best use based on the rail yard master plan. So that's what we're here talking about. It does make me sad, but if I owned a piece of property, I would want to know that I could do what I was allowed to do with it, and my neighbors couldn't tell me that I had to build a parking garage or whatever it is that they wanted. That doesn't really relate to any of the conditions, but I guess I just wanted to say that it's hard seeing things like this and having it come before council when we weren't part of that original decision, but we have to uphold these development agreements. And that's really important because we want people to know that they can trust us to follow those agreements, to uphold those agreements. So that's an internal conflict that I struggle with on projects like this, but here we are.
Can I also make just a couple of short comments, and then I swear I will lead us into a COA as well. I really just want to elevate what Mayor Klostad just said. This is really such a critical piece, and I want everybody who's here, everybody who's listening, everybody who submitted a public comment. This is a really tough, it's a tough thing to see this flat area of land and then see this big building and think about 4 stories and 5 stories. And it's absolutely scary on so many levels. And at the same time, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, when we were writing grants, when we were doing brownfield remediation, when, there was creosote and all of these other chemicals that were cleaned out of this area, and it was a rail yard and it was a lumber mill, and the vision that the people that came before us had to create this district and this map, it was really prescient. And I don't know, I don't see Steph here anymore. Steph Olivieri, she was a huge part of that story. And many of us here were as well. I was even involved in that process back in 2001. And to come this far, and I think the number one question, we've gotten this question in our council retreats, which we do every year. And I personally get this question all the time. What's happening with the rail yard? It might be the number one development question that we get as council members. And for years, we've all been staring at these abandoned sidewalks. We've all been staring at 396 parking spots. Like, why did they build 396 parking spots? People ask me that to this day. And it's really just that vision that created all this infrastructure now is resulting in a project proponent who's bringing us a project that is a very subjectively viewed project. It's really hard to look at it and say, I love it, or I hate it, or it's the right fit, or it's the wrong fit. Those are just really subjective things, and they're really emotionally different to everybody involved, everybody in this room, everybody up here, and everybody in our greater community. And to be able to build from scratch, I had this conversation as we were walking to the restroom. There was an acknowledgement that you can't recreate a historic district. You can't do it. That's what makes a historic district special, is its history. And so when you're dealt with a blank canvas, you have to create a new vision. And some people like it and some people hate it. And hopefully we land with somebody who's invested in our community, who's already purchased the property. A lot of developers don't even own the property sometimes when they bring us projects. And there's at some point where you have to just you have to say, this is what's here. This person is looking to have a successful project too, and it's in their best interest to make it as good as possible. And that's what a true partnership on these redevelopment sites is all about. And I just want to really acknowledge that, because I think it's hard to transition from 100-plus-year-old buildings to something in 2026 that we don't even have the same materials at our disposal anymore, right? And so how do you balance that? And I'm not the one to say, is it right, is it wrong? According to our staff, it meets those guidelines, and that's the trust that we have to put into the process. And I do think there are some changes that are still going to be made. We're going to see some changes to that middle facade, but I think it's important to just acknowledge that you can't just recreate history through the built environment. You can only sort of tell that story, and hopefully, and it's all of our legacies, like hopefully it's as successful as we all hope it can be. And I think that's the value in this. With that said, Rakesh, will you please come up to the podium, and I am going to put you on the spot because there is a condition of approval that I would like to get firmed up. I'm going to ask you if you will work with the Church of the Mountains to ensure that a fence of some sort is built on either property line. I don't care which, and I don't care if it's a piece of art or if it's a screening tool of any amazing sort that provides the screening that you've heard discussed tonight, that provides the screening to the residential property. And you are on the record right now, and I'm just going to ask you if you will commit to a screening program of some sort, that a screening what? Element. Thank you. That is the exact word I was looking for. A screening element that addresses in particular some of specifically the residential concerns. If I had to draw a line, you guys can't see it, but it's opposite the yellow, basically on the property line or on the private property line. Yes, that yellow line right there. Now, yes, exactly, right where the cursor is. Somewhere along there that will meet up with the boulder and the rock that will allow for some type of screening between the properties.
Yes.
Thank you for putting that on the record. So we're going to leave the condition of approval as is because we're going to work through those creative details to get there. But we do have a record of that through that. And that was, so that satisfies, at least for me, that condition of approval without having to deal with the conundrum that planning will figure out later.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other conditions of approval that we want to make any adjustments to?
No, but can I ask, I feel like a public commenter, and then I just heard you, Councilmember Pallavi, refer to this as 5 stories. But it's my understanding it is 4 stories, right?
50 feet, sorry.
So I wanted to...
I misspoke.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that just because that was wait a minute. Okay.
And part of the condition is we're going to redo that middle section. That's already in there, correct? Or we're going to look for some...
The language was that there would be an alternative design considered, and if there's not more consistent with the rail yard master plan, we may stay with the original design.
I'm comfortable
and that's
with
development director review. Okay. Anything else?
Well, flexibility of programming on the first floor.
We do need to get to that. Hold on. Before we move on to that, I just want to see if Vice Mayor Henderson has any other conditions of approval that you want to adjust or address.
No, I think we talked through the main ones that I had. Thank you.
Okay, great. So let's go on to the flexibility of the first floor. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation around challenges of some of the retail space. I think ultimately my understanding of the rail yard and, also in conversations with the River Revitalization Steering Committee and how do we activate West River Street is having first floor activation. So I don't think that we need to be prescriptive. Councilmember Pallavi, you had some ideas. I'm going back to the River Revitalization Steering Committee too. There was a lot of discussion around allowing flexibility because when you're too prescriptive, then it can cause more challenges. So I would be more comfortable in having more about activating that space, ensuring public access of some sort, things like that, rather than you must do this at exactly this space.
I support her. Yes, as I'm joking.
Vice Mayor Henderson, what are your thoughts on the flexibility of this space?
I agree. I don't want to be overly prescriptive. I think we've run into that challenge in the past, and so let's learn from that.
And so are we comfortable with retail or service as the descriptor, or is that what we landed on? And Yumi's got some allowed uses up for us.
Is service a term that we use? Okay.
Service uses.
So it'd be retail, trade, service uses. So all of those would be allowed.
Oh, you guys have to read. There you go. I will note that this is considered a primary road, so they would be subject to the footnote number 4, which doesn't allow for some uses similar to.
Unless they're 30 feet or 30 feet of depth or more, so there's quite a few of them in there that would.
I feel like retail and service uses gives the applicant enough flexibility to move things forward, and they can always apply for a conditional use or some type of, same thing we just
That
did,
will be
but
part of a conditional use permit anyway.
Right.
So
I'm comfortable with that. I think it allows for enough flexibility.
Okay.
Do you guys feel like that gives you enough flexibility? Is there a specific use you have in mind that isn't covered here?
No, I think the clarification I'm seeking is, for example, the wellness space, that is open to the public. It will be open to the public. I don't even think that is it a service use? I'm not sure. But it's really around shifting the location of the existing uses on site and being very clear that it doesn't necessarily have to be a retail use, so long as there's activation.
I am comfortable with that. I appreciated the art gallery space, other ideas that may not be strictly retail, but activation. So.
I am too.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Henderson? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What else? Are we there? Vice Mayor Henderson, anything additional you want to raise?
I think the only other thing that I might mention is just related to shading, because that's come up several times. And this one, this is challenging, right? Because the applicant's design does meet the town's solar exposure standard. And is it an omission that there aren't some more objective criteria related to this in the rail yard master plan? Yes, maybe. That said, this project has been in review for more than 3 years. So for me, I just want to sort of note that introducing a new, more demanding shading study at this late stage after the applicant has designed and redesigned to a standard that we set, or that those who came before us set through the rail yard master plan and never changed, that would really be moving the goalposts on them in a way that I just don't think it's fair. It's the kind of unpredictability that makes projects like this one take many years and many hearings in the first place, and we're sort of in that place right now. And that said, I just want to say to folks who might still be in the room that I understand that doesn't necessarily make some of those shadows feel different, on any given morning. I don't want to try to minimize that, but I don't think the fix is trying to move the goalpost now when they have met the standard that's set forth.
Thank you. Councilmember Romack, did you have something?
Well, just on this solar exposure and shading. So staff does feel that the updated diagram that was provided showing that they would be able to meet the standards that meets our level that we need of understanding to show that it's.
I think the applicant has stated that they believe that they can meet the requirement for the solar exposure standard. I think it's up to them to meet that standard and show it in their building permit submittal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Staff, do you feel like we have missed anything that needed to be addressed?
Yeah,
do you want to put up the...
Yeah. let me
recommendation?
Before we sorry,
Because we have a few amendments.
yes, let me before we go into the recommendation, I just want to make sure I have your direction clear for condition 36. For the second, we're requiring the addition of this language to 36B, as written by the Public Works Department. Off-site parking, we are changing the timing to certificate of occupancy. The parking management plan would need to be resolved prior to building permit issuance, except for whatever component relates to the off-site parking. We're removing car service as a requirement, but not prohibiting it. We're prohibiting use of the Church Street parking for valet. There's going to be staff review of the parking management plan unless there isn't the ability to reconcile a condition, which then we'd return to the Planning Commission as a review authority. And then for condition 53, we're not doing a change, but the applicant commits to a screening element on either property line on the western side of the project. And then for the retail space, we'll find a spot for this in our resolution. That retail space is not necessary. It doesn't necessarily have to be retail, but it should be activated. And we assume open to the public and subject to the use table. So just wanted to make sure you're okay with the language that's open to the public.
Well crafted.
Okay. With that, then here's the staff's recommendation. And I also note that there were those minor typos that we identified in your resolution.
Okay. Great. Are we ready?
Sure.
Somebody's got to.
I'll adopt resolution 2026. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate input at all levels. I do want to just make sure we have said that really clearly. Uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. We're going to adopt resolution 2026-46, upholding the decision of the Planning Commission, denying the appeal, determining the project to be exempt from further environmental review pursuant to CEQA, and approving the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel development permit, tentative map, minor exception, and zoning clearances based on the findings and subject to the edited and notated conditions of approval, along with the following changes that are detailed below.
I'll second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Pallavi?
Here. Yes.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. We are going to consolidate our agenda a little bit.
Maybe, Mayor, before we take a break, we can talk about that because there might be some public comment you want to take before people leave.
Okay, great. Yes, we are going to, we would like to consolidate and move to.
Can I give you some options?
Oh, okay. I thought we only had 2 we had to do.
For item 7.2, which is the fee schedule, if you open the public hearing and take public comment, we can continue that without renoticing at the September 8th meeting.
Okay.
What that means is that the fees will not go into effect November 1, which has been our historic goal and what we've tried to do, but we won't have enough of a noticing period in between that.
Okay, but we do want to make sure we hear 7.4.
Yes.
Okay. All right, when we come back from, all right, let me just do this. Would anybody like to make public comment on 7.3 or 7.5? No public comment on either of those agenda items. We are going to postpone at least those 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call this back to order. So can we go ahead and do 7.4, and then we'll come back to fee schedule 7.2 and see how far we get?
Well, I sent staff home because I thought we were continuing 7.2.
Oh, okay, fee schedule. Okay.
And we can come back and open this at the end, but it's really opening the public hearing, asking for public comment, and then we will continue it to September 8th.
Okay, we will do that then. So we're going to open 7.2 fee schedule as a public hearing, and we're going to ask for public comment. Is there any presentation from staff, or do we want to skip that for this time?
I think we'll skip it because you'll have to do it over again the second time.
Okay, any public comment? Nobody's coming. Okay, closing public comment. We will continue this item to September 8th.
Councilmember Henderson, sorry, Vice Mayor Henderson, can you hear us now?
I can now, thank you.
Okay, great. And so then the next agenda item, we are going to also continue 7.3 and 7.5, but we are going to hear 7.4 Edmonds Loft project financing. Is that Hillary?
That is Hillary. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's see. Council member or Vice Mayor Henderson, can you see the screen?
I can, thank you, Hillary.
Great, just wanted to make sure that was sharing. Tonight we're talking about Edmonds Loft project financing. You will recall this project we've been working on with a development partner for about 2 years now. It's on 0.32 acres of land that is owned by the town, and the town has agreed to sell it to Edmonds Partners LLC, following our request for interest and qualifications and selection of this development partner. This will be our first homegrown housing project, providing 12 units of deed-restricted workforce housing. And we've been working closely with the development team over the past several months to get this project ready to break ground this building season. So we've had various sort of issues we've had to work through and challenges, and we're getting so very close. We're trying to get to breaking ground. The lender that the development team was planning to use has been unable to meet the town's subordination requirements. And while this hasn't been a problem with some of our other housing programs, we believe that working through that issue and trying to find a different lender who is able to meet those requirements will take enough time that it would further delay the project and push it to 2027. And so we have been trying to think creatively about how to make sure that doesn't happen. Given that this is still a demonstration project on land that the town still owns, we've been working in partnership to construct this project for 2 years. Town staff explored options and considered stepping in as a lender for the project to help expedite the process. We've worked with outside counsel to consider this option because this isn't something that the town typically does, and have confirmed that the town could serve as a lender under the condition that the loan terms would be market rate loan terms. So what we have recommended here are the same general terms that were offered by the lender that the development team was previously planning to use for this project. This is proposed as a construction loan that will then be converted to a 25-year permanent loan. However, the development team intends to attempt to refinance the loan following construction. If they are successful in doing so, the town would not be the lender for the full 25-year term. Of note, the interest rate of the proposed loan is higher than the town's average interest rate earnings on investments, where we currently average around 4%. The additional interest earned from this loan would offset the cost of loan administration, and we would plan to contract out loan administration. And we have a loan administrator who we work with on one of our other housing programs who is lined up and ready to help us with that. So with that, our recommended actions this evening are to authorize the town manager to execute financing and loan documents, whereas the town would serve as the lender for the Edmonds Lofts deed-restricted housing project located on town-owned land. to amend the general fund budget by $2.7 million to fund the proposed loan, and to amend the capital improvement project C-2013, public-private partnerships for workforce housing development, increasing it by $15,000 for loan administration and legal costs funded from the general fund.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Do we have council questions on this agenda item?
I'll ask a question. And you highlighted this, Hillary, but this is the reason we're exploring this really creative solution is because this is town-owned land. This is the first homegrown housing, and it's a pilot kind of issue. This is not something we're planning to do in the long term for projects, correct?
That's correct. We're not doing this with the intent of using this as a pilot to then scale being the lender for other housing projects. This is really to help expedite this, given that this is town-owned land and the first homegrown housing project.
Thank you.
And I'll point out that we really did try to work with P8's lender to see if we could get to a place that we could live with and they could live with. And Paradigm 8 themselves really put in a lot of effort, along with their attorney, to try to make it work. And it wasn't going to happen. There's just no chance. We were miles apart, we and their bank.
Councilmember Pallavi, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor Henderson?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll open up public comment for anybody who would like to speak on this issue. We need your 3 minutes.
Hayes Parzibuck with Paradigm 8. I know it's late, so I'll keep it brief, council members. I just wanted to point out that Brian and I take this project very seriously and appreciate all the town's involvement and the tremendous amount of time that I know that staff has put into the Edmonds Loft project from concept to today. One thing I'd be remiss if I didn't point out is that every time we come back to you guys, we feel like we're, kind of putting out some political capital, if you will, and we don't take it lightly. And I think really appreciate staff's willingness to consider this option. In a bit of our own defense, we did provide the town's documents to our lender in August of 2025. And it wasn't until they got their outside attorney involved in the last few weeks before closing that we realized we had a problem. So just wanted to reassure you that we didn't wait until the last minute to try to make sure we had all of our ducks in a row. But sometimes there's things in your blind spot. So just wanted to let you know that we do take it very seriously, and we've assured staff that we will make legitimate attempts at taking the town out as soon as we reach stabilization with another permanent lender, so you can earn less, get back down to the 4% earnings. Thank you.
We look forward to that. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back for deliberation. Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have anything you would like to start us off with here?
No, I'll just say I'm supportive of the action in front of us this evening. We have worked so incredibly hard on housing in so many ways. I feel really honored to have worked with this council on housing in the ways that we have, and to be driving the outcomes that we're driving. And I think this is an incredibly creative solution. And thank you to the development team as well. You've really gone through some things with us for the first time. Here's another one. But I'm excited that we get to work with you on this in this way. And again, thank you to staff, just incredible creativity and innovation behind this.
Agreed. Councilmember Romack.
Can I make a motion? Or did you guys want to make some? Okay.
Okay.
I echo everything Vice Mayor said.
I'll let you make the motion. Yeah, I just want to echo everything that's been said, and I want to bring up one key piece here. this is not something we normally do, and it's not really a business we want to be in. And so I think it's important. I really applaud our staff who've been creatively coming up with this solution. And I also want to make sure that our very near-term homegrown housing and other work plan activities are going to be positioned to work towards finding ways around this so that we don't have to make future loans as we proceed through this project. Because I think we've had a great working relationship over the past couple of years. The PA team has been a part of those homegrown housing conversations to get us where we are. And so I just want to make sure as those work plan updates come through that we're all conscious of the need to spend some time there to figure out how we're going to make this all work moving forward, both in multiple departments. For the first time, Andy gets to be in the work plan, maybe. Yeah, not for the first time, but doesn't often get work plan items. So we're gonna get everybody involved with that. Now, that's all I was gonna say. I am supportive. Councilmember Romack, go ahead, please.
All right, I will move that we authorize the town manager to execute financing and loan documents, whereas the town of Truckee serves as the lender for the Edmonds Loft Deed Restricted Housing Project located on town-owned land, and that we amend the general fund budget by $2.7 million to fund the proposed loan and amend the capital improvement project CIP C2013 public-private partnerships for workforce housing development by $15,000 for loan administration and legal costs funded via the general fund.
And I'll second.
And before I call for a roll call vote, I am so grateful for your participation and your trust in us. This has really been an honor to work with you on this. We look forward to the groundbreaking. No pressure.
Just reschedule it 3 more times. It'll be fine.
Like next week? No. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi.
Yes.
Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Yes.
And Mayor Klobstad.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, did we want to try to just do 7.5 real quick? Do we have any deliberation on that one? The voting. We're all going to tell Councilmember Romack to go vote for us. Do we have a presentation on that one?
Do you have a slide, Kelly? Just come. You can come up and pull up your slide, please.
And while she's pulling that up, I will quickly flip to that. This is 7.5, selection of voting delegate for League of California Cities, that we need to appoint a council member to vote for us. They do actually have something interesting to vote on this year.
Yes, thank you. They have one resolution that was brought by the city of Marietta, calling for the formation of a working group to develop a state constitutional amendment to strengthen local authority over housing and land use decisions. Since this is something that's within the council's work plan and priorities, we recommend voting in support of this resolution, but you may direct Councilmember Romack to use her best judgment or based on any amendments that they do at the time.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
My recommended action.
Questions from council? None? Vice Mayor Henderson? No? Opening for public comment? No? Okay, closing public comment. Deliberation, anybody? Okay. Oh, goodness.
Sorry.
He's really on a roll tonight.
I think this is fascinating.
It is fascinating.
It really is, because it's like a double-edged sword. And I want to be really clear about that.
Yeah.
The state, in a lot of ways, has made our life easier as decision makers and harder, and how we fund things and all of that goes into it. It has also created challenges in our community that are just really tied up in a lot of different things. So I do think it's important I think we all continue to ask for more local control. We don't want all of that power usurped by the state. But I do think in certain policy areas, we just want to be aware how the state has also allowed for things to happen that make the jobs of our planning commissioners and council members be more amicable sometimes with our constituents. And I just think that's why I will say I support it in its extremely brief purview, but also allow for Councilmember Romack to take direction however she sees fit and trust her judgment as she proceeds at that conference.
Yeah, I agree with the double-edged sword. That was basically what I was going to say too, with the caveat that I think it's been really clear how that how we have struggled with some of those state mandates, particularly in our climate. And so that's what I would really want to see, that we are advocating for the ability to have those exceptions. So, Vice Mayor Henderson.
I agree with you both.
Great.
And I appreciate that feedback, and I will make sure I carry that forward. But I'll take a recommendation now first, I guess, and see what you guys think.
Are we good?
Yeah, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. We appoint Councilmember Romack as the voting delegate to the Cal Cities Annual Conference and review the resolution. And we have provided that direction to her and allow her to use her purview when voting.
How about
second?
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klofstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we just have council reports left. Vice Mayor Henderson, would you like to go?
I have been taking some vacation time, so I don't have anything to report.
Fabulous. That was quick. Councilmember Romack.
I think the biggest was I saw you, Mayor, at the 30th Annual Tahoe Summit at Sand Harbor last week. I was there in my capacity as an employee of Placer County, but as you know, we all know a lot of the issues that impact Tahoe impact Truckee, so it was just a great opportunity. For those who haven't attended, it's our federal delegations, senators from both California, Nevada, Congress folks, Governor Lombardo of Nevada was there, so great opportunity to, just hear from them and all the work they're doing, and opportunity for us all to chat with them too about the things happening in Truckee. That was it.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
I met with the Contractors Association Legislative Affairs Committee, and they had only praises and wonderful things to say about their interactions with the town, and specifically David Diamond and his work bridging the worlds of the contractors and our staff. And they were just really interested in what we're going to do over the next few years and how it's all going to roll out. And in general, it was a very amicable and positive meeting. Met with a bunch of constituents, or at least fielded a number of phone calls, and have met with a couple of candidates for local office now that we don't have to run. We can help others do their own campaigns, and that's been very exciting. So good luck to all of the candidates on the ballot.
Okay, great. Yeah, Lake Tahoe Summit. I think I also really enjoyed the interaction with all the agencies. My goodness, I had no idea we had so many agencies involved in the basin. There were just dozens and dozens of booths. And I learned some new things about regulation in the area, so that was really helpful. I also reached out to see if we could have a more active role, the town of Truckee, in that space, because I think there really is opportunities, like you just said, that we influence the basin influences us. We also happen to be one of the more effective, I would say, at at a lot of our different programs and policies like housing and sustainability. So I'd love to bring that into that realm. Speaking of housing, I did attend the Good Morning Truckee, where it was focused on housing. And I just have to say, the town of Truckee really shined bright. We had, we're just killing it with all of our different programs and all the different ways we're trying to find the right mixture and the right opportunities for all the different needs within our community. And that made me really proud. Of course, that meant that there were a disproportionate number of questions for Lynn, but she handled it extremely well. I also have been enjoying given the time and opportunity to talk to some of the other candidates and help them figure out what it means to campaign in this community and how to do so successfully. I open up the opportunity for any of the other candidates to reach out to me. I'm here to help and support. I am very excited that we have competitive processes for many of our local districts. I also got to go back to Sand Harbor and enjoy Shakespeare, which is just one of my most favorite things in the summer, and had a wonderful time on the Trails and Vistas art hike this past weekend. It's just spectacular every year. They outdo themselves. So with that, we will adjourn ourselves to September 8th. Thank you, everyone.